There's the little chat thingamajig. Well, if anyone comes in here, whoops, please let me know if you can see me and hear me. Just doing this pre-test before I actually go live here in a little bit to make sure I have all my, whoops, ducks in a row. Now I can't get the chat thingamajig to come up. Oh, hearts. I see pink goo. I had to. I'm so tired. I haven't even had enough coffee yet this morning. What time is it? Eek. 8:58 a.m. Eastern. Yikes. I got a lot of work done though. So I have been debating. I have so many topics. Like, if I could go through my journals and just randomly flip them open and be like, okay, what do you want to talk about today? I have topics on topics on topics on topics for eons. So I was debating all last night prior to my Facebook Live malfunction, that is, whether to do my live stream on pandemic agendas, i.e. more gallons and Delta variants and blah, blah, blah. Or to just kind of bring them all up, all the agendas, everything that's going on here in September 2021. And the odd thing is about, say 2 weeks ago or so, I took a bunch of notes on the more gallons and then on like the current agendas. And now I can't find them. And that's odd because I'm usually very good at keeping everything, especially everything I journal or notes that I take. Now, I could have stuck them in a folder somewhere, mixed them in with my poetry, or who knows. It's always a possibility. It just seems odd that, I went through all that time to take those notes and then they're nowhere to be found. Yet I have journal upon journal, year after year of writings, and it just doesn't make sense. So, let me grab. Okay. And also, I couldn't use my Chromebook to live stream last night because I had used my 30 days of live streaming capability, whatever their rules are, which I like that app too. It's Melon for web browsers. I like it, so I'm not complaining. It's just like, of course there has to be a limit. All right, yeah. And the notes that I did find, like, this is what I have to discuss. Like, this is how Rain Man works on a daily basis. Just like, I swear, I was telling someone this, one of my friends, I don't know who I was telling this to, but if someone literally, like if I died and someone went through all my journals, it would look like gibberish and like a madman of chaotic writings. However, beginning from the journal in 2018 where I started keeping them and have them, and 2018, 2019, 2020, and now 2021's journals. Funny to see how all these little puzzle pieces have come together and they all somehow magically make sense. But if someone were to just take one journal out of the bunch, let's say, it would look like madness, chaos, insanity. Because Rain Man is like that. However, I'm not insane. There's a fine line between genius and madness, let's remember. I'm just kidding. And a lot of times I have to doodle things, because if I'm shown something in my mind's eye, or a vision, or a download, or I'm envisioning something, it's so much to cram in with words, especially English language words. I have to doodle it just to kind of show what I'm seeing, and then I'll explain it later if I ever get there. And then I definitely wanted to do a video for today, being the full moon in Pisces, supermoon, also the autumn equinox, and it's 9, 20, and 21 of 2021. The fall equinox is equal day and night, 12 and 12 hours, so it's like equal light, equal dark. Today's date, 09202021 equals 16 equals 17. It's a good thing for your girl. It's my numerology. And somebody else's I know. But I won't name any names. And today is Monday. That's the moon's day, or lunes, the day of Luna. To-do lists. Oh, B. I gotta show you this. Oh, where'd it go? I don't know. I literally, to do. I literally have to write like live stream either blah 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 or AM or PM topic this. Check out the shallow grave videos, which is my son. They started a new band out in Illinois, and they just played their first few gigs of shows at different places. Check everybody's lives out. Exactly. Then I usually, yes, exactly, you have to. Use and lose. Okay. I think the most powerful thing about this full moon today is the mother and to roots, like your origin, family history, but especially the mother. I've had a lot of work to do with that, and it's been the most difficult healing I've gone through. My lack of bond with my mother at birth, beginning there. My parents lost their first child who was stillborn. My sister would have been born a year before me. So I always lived in the shadow of, in that aspect. Then being the genius child, I had so much pressure, and pressure to perform and pressure to excel. My mom was the classiest lady I've ever known, where she could walk into a room and people would just gravitate to her. She was a Leo, so she had a presence, but this light that just... And growing up in that shadow and not being too ladylike, it was rough. Being a little rough around the edges, a little tomboyish. Now, a full moon, FYI, mind you, also occurs when the sun and the moon are opposite each other. So I find that ironic too, that being the fall equinox, the 12 hours, 12 and 12, light and dark, the sun and moon, the day being Monday today, the moon's day, the mother, healing the mother and child aspect. Hello, Chord Seeker. Much love and light to you too. Oh, just talking about my mom, and my mom's side of the family is from the UK. My mom actually didn't move here. Well, my grandma and my mom and her sisters and brothers didn't move to the US until my mom was 5. So she lost her British accent, but yes, me too, B. And that's it. Is like, okay, we have all now learned our lessons and gained the wisdom from these experiences of suffering and loss and grief and pain and lack and struggle and agony and sorrow and loss. And need I continue? I think we all can say, I know I can. I'm ready for that 4.4 decades to flip a switch. And I'm hoping and banking on it, as a matter of fact, because there are other synchronicities within my life, such as life path number 8, and I'm 44 now. So that's an 8. As well as 44 being a master number. I'm a moon in Pisces, so this full moon today is massively significant for me. And also with placements of Jupiter and different things like that, right now is like make it or break it time, at least for me. If these changes and opportunity and shifts don't happen now, they never will. And that's my belief. Now is like that. If you think of a figure 8 infinity sign, it's like waves going up and crashing down. And these waves that are coming back around, I should say, everything is cyclical, cycles. So the waves that are coming back around now are either bringing benefit and reward or consequence and deficit. So let's say someone, was a shitty person in this life and they were a serial murderer. Well, you're going to get a bunch of consequences. The karma dealer, Mr. Saturn, I had to. Not going to take too kindly to that. It's like, well, what you give out, you get back. So, hi, BFI. How is this app, by the way? yesterday's fake book ordeal, I couldn't even, I was like, nope, I'm just going to text that little clip and I'm done. So I can't live stream from my Chromebook because that app has a 30-day live stream limit. So I reached that. So I went on the Play Store and I got Streamlabs. So hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm hoping you can't see me that well because it's been a long morning. Not nearly enough coffee. But anyways, so for me, this is exactly what this full moon is about, especially being in Pisces. I'm a Pisces moon, like I said. It is about that shift, that change, that wave coming back, crashing down, either consequences or blessings based on what you put in while that wave was building up in the ocean. You know, what you give out is what you get back. The universe always has a fail-safe. It's always going to balance out one way or another, keeping itself in order and not in chaos. Only stream through YouTube. I still can't. Only going on 3 years now and still not 1,000 subscribers. I don't want to talk any gaslighting or anything like that. That would be, conspiracy theory talk. However, yeah, almost 3 years later, all truth, play-by-play, up close and personal, day-to-day, through my life of suffering. Like, there's been no doing this for fame or reward or money or recognition. This has been brutal honesty, a day in the life of a 44-year-old United States citizen. Fill in the blanks. And good, bad, and ugly. And brutal. And with it, the best thing I ever did, or the best thing I was ever guided to do. When I started my channel, it was not of my own accord. I was guided to start this channel. I was specifically given the message: you need to reach the largest amount of people in the shortest amount of time. And then I was shown YouTube. And I was like, oh, really? Like, I don't want to go on camera. I'm not the camera person. I still, to this day, get super nervous and super bad anxiety, especially doing lives. But anymore, it's like, well, okay, now, it's crunch time because the SHTF, and it's only going to continue. But now it's vindication. It's vindication o'clock. Because in 2018, 2019, and 2020, I called what was happening, what was going to be happening, and what to expect so that people would be aware and prepared and not scared. That's why. Of course, everyone, including my kids even, ostracized me and cut me off, and I probably did sound like a lunatic in the beginning because going through an awakening or whatever activation it was, so much was changing and happening and coming. I didn't know whether I was coming or going. So, yes, honesty is priceless and the truth will always prevail. I just wanted to find my friends, and I did. I found my family in you guys. If not for you, I wouldn't even want to know where I'd be right now. I wouldn't even want to know. Oh, no. So I'm so thankful. And B, if you notice, got the protection on because things this past week, I don't know if it's this full moon in Pisces, or because I'm a moon in Pisces, or just being the Capricorn freak that I am and getting all the supernatural stuff all the time. People think I'm crazy, but like, I've been dealing with this my entire life. And anyways, so nanoparticles, that was potentially going to be one of my video topics. I wrote down even on my live stream, Morgellons, because I had a bunch of people recently within the last couple of months reach out to me and actually comment on my videos from a year or a year and a half ago, that when I had the bad lesions and I was bald and so now with this new Delta variant and all these things, yeah, the nanoparticles, that's exactly the weaponry being used, is nanotech, dust size and smaller particulates that we're breathing in, that are being injected in, that are ingested, that are swallowed. These particulates are little tiny AI. And as we all know, AI, like a robot, is a computer program. A programmed computer has a function or a set of specific functions that it carries out without any feeling or emotion. It's told to do what it does, and it does it. And its job, one of them, is to seek and destroy. Yes. Check the videos. Skywatcher footage for years. I have videos. I have removable disc footage. I have still photo footage. I emailed some for safekeeping because sometimes Google likes to make things disappear, like files, media files. Anywho, yes, Goat Squad. Yes, my Aries Sun Cappy Moon friend. The chemtrails, that's exactly. I researched that when I first started getting sky footage, and it was PM 2.5, and it's another PM something, I can't remember the numbers, but it stands for particulate matter, and it contains lithium, barium, strontium, aluminum, mercury, I can't remember what else. I would love that. Yes. And these nanoparticulates can also be programmed to lie dormant. And this is another reason I wanted to touch on the Morgellons mystery illness, 7 physicians for me and no diagnosis 2 years later, which now my hair has come back. Thank God. I'm not vain or superficial, but let me tell you, as a female, middle-aged female who's bald, and everywhere you go, since you can read energy, it's reading thoughts, and everyone's either, oh, they catch you look, oh, I wasn't looking, or the pity. I would always get the pity. Oh, she must have cancer. You know how many people think you have cancer when you're bald? Anyways, so the programming of The nano, yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, and you know what came through Samson and Delilah like the past few days? There's a movie, I think, that came out or something, and I got a couple of syncs about that. And that's what these fibers are, hair-like fibers. And that's why they're so easily camouflaged, because it looks like your typical piece of dryer lint or dust bunny or pet hair floating. You would never give it a second look until they attach. And since they are spirochete, corkscrew shaped fibers, guess what they do? Just like a drill, embed in your skin, and mostly, ta-da, your scalp, under which lies your brain. I had these fibers wrapping around my throat, and I have witnesses who even saw the lines. It looked like hairs were being stretched and I was being choked. And my neck was red, and there were just lines of these things. And then one night, I believe it was April of last year, 2020, when I was in Hell House alone, no phone service, no TV, no music, no radio, no nothing, no buddy, no anything, dying of this illness. Roommate had ran out on me. I was literally like during a pandemic and alone, and I felt these fibers wrapping around my lungs and my heart like they were cords, and I felt them compressing. And I accepted everything. I made my peace with God, and I said, I'm ready. I literally thought I was going to die again that night. I just laughed at that because as many times as I should have died, could have died, and did not die, that's what ended up being the proving factor for me that God was real and that there was some divine force protecting me, because there is no logic or reason, no logical reason why I should be here right now, speaking the way I am, smiling, being sarcastic. Yes, exactly. Concocted a little thing with batteries and made an electrical zapper or whatever. And I got footage of that dancing one on my easel that night that was moving. I was like, oh no, bastard, I'm getting you on camera. And then just the day in, I mean, I look back at those videos sometimes. I can't really. I have a couple of times, but I can't yet. It's too real still. And I see these things all over me, and like when people tell me they don't believe in agents, let's say, whether that's a government agent or a spy agent or an ET agent or what have you, whatever floats your boat, then I would like someone to explain to me how, when I have these lesions all over me, I'm bald and I am having things literally coming out of my skin like bugs, and I can't even go there right now, but anyways, and I go into a dermatologist's office who clearly isn't blind and can see with her eyes as I'm standing there in the exam room, and on the carpeting are these things falling out of my skin. And I'm trying to show her. Oh, and her silent intern who never said a word, but she was a teaching doctor, so her intern who had a mask on and never said a word, silently watching this the whole time. The receptionist who took all the notes when I first came in. What's been going on? What brings you in today? Blah, 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 blah. The usual spiel. Told her everything, who was so empathic and compassionate and agreeing with me, looking at the lesions and everything. Oh, yeah, I see. Oh, yeah, yeah. However, when I see the dermatologist with her sidekick, and the receptionist is in the room as well, and I'm standing there with shit all over the carpet at my feet, basically in tears, like, am I being punked? What do I have to spell out here? Do you not see my suffering? Am I insane? I asked myself that every day. But for her to literally confront me and take a step towards me and say, you don't have bugs. So I, being the Capricorn goat that I am, observed all that and real quick ran that down in my mind. I put my hands up and took a step back and I said, whoa. Confrontational dermatologist. Okay. 3 people. Okay. 6, 7 physicians later. Okay. Clindamycin and 2 prescriptions of Elamite topical cream. That's what I got the entire time. Well, as I left their office, I told the receptionist to give me her name and her medical ID number, and that I was suing her for malpractice, that you can't confront your patients like that. I don't care what your opinion or feeling is, or what agency you work for. She wasn't any doctor, though, that I know. Anyways, that was that. And then due to other life circumstances, like, I don't know, being evicted during a pandemic last September, a year ago, sleeping on park benches and in a porta potty, and being moved from eastern PA to central PA to western PA, then finally going out to Illinois to stay with my son and having the humiliation of having to ask my oldest son if his mother could come live with him. Sick as a dog. No one, nothing but my bags. Me and my bags. Exactly. And that's the thing. Any good physician who was a true doctor would have, I don't know, seeing as how it was a dermatologist, and I've been to the dermatologist many times in the past for removal of moles, or for those, what do you call them? Oh yes, skin scrapings. They could have scraped it, sent it off to the lab. Not one skin scraping was done. 7 doctors, like, not one. How did I get back to PA? The bus. Yep. I used, stimulus money. I do randomly I get these little flare-ups, and this is why I wanted to bring it up again too. Not only did random people start reaching out and commenting on my videos from a year and a half ago, just recently, the Morgellons ones, but with the new Delta variant, and I just pay attention. I don't skim the headlines and think I know it all. Oh, now I can believe what I read and, you know, what I see and hear. No, I do thorough research, probably beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like, I have no room for error. I'm all about accuracy, research. And I have a feeling that these nano fibers, which are programmable, can lie dormant, and these strains are just them activating or programming or whatever. Because I've noticed just within, I'll say, the last month, no more than a month, I have had a few of little tiny flares, like a couple under here, and I have one right now somewhere right here. I don't know if I can get that on camera. It's right there. And they're the same, where it's not a pimple. I just, by now, I've had so much training in it, I know them with my eyes closed. And I'm thinking, okay, is this what the real Delta is? Is that it's now going to be activated, and what I think is they're trying, but certain people have certain DNA that's maybe not like the rest, but some others maybe have that type of DNA too, and for whatever reason, it's just not doing what it's supposed to do. Killing me, and I'm really getting over them trying to. It's like, do you get it yet? It's not my time until the Creator says it's my time. Until then, it's a futile effort. That would be awesome. You know what? BFI, I always get afraid of using people's real names because maybe they don't want, other people to know. I don't know. I'm just weird like that. I had, not visions, dreams, but imaginings. I don't know what to call them, of things where you and I had partnered on a few fronts like that. And one was legally. I'll have to tell you about that one. And in my dream vision, whatever it was, I even saw like a case at the Supreme Court level, something like that. Also working some kind of healing modalities or something together. But yeah, you are definitely the type of people I could spend time around. See, that's the other thing. And this whole bullshit of this homelessness and can't find a way to make ends meet and no income, and racking my brain on like, what am I supposed to do to serve my purpose? And I'm interested in a billion topics. Like, what am I supposed to be focusing on? Which I know more now, but going through all this is how do you even get a footing of wherewithal to even start trying to do something to help others when you're like, hello, I'm drowning out here and nobody sees me, has been really difficult. So I found the worst part of it for me being in shelters or having to live with others, always living according to other people's schedules and moods and routines. I need space where I can do things like spiritual dance and chanting and nature therapy and gardening, singing, playing my music loud because that is therapy for me. I don't keep a normal schedule. I'm not up at 6 a.m. and go to bed at 8 p.m. I'm more of a night owl. I like being up at night and working and sometimes sleeping during the day, because when people are sleeping at night, it's quieter on this side of the world and I can think straight. I don't bother anybody. I'm like, in my opinion, and maybe I could be wrong, if I could choose a roommate, I would choose myself. Because I'm that person that will use the ice cubes in the ice cube tray and refill it before I put it back. Or like always be considerate of, just if I have something planned, I'm going out and I'm probably not going to be back till tomorrow. Just letting you know, out of, what's that? Oh yeah, respect. I am in the Poconos, technically Albrightsville, Jim Thorpe area, Carbon County, yeah. Jim Thorpe was the Native American Olympian who's buried here, but they wanted to move his body or whatever, and they stripped his gold medal because he had bet on some baseball games when he was a teenager or something, but then they gave it back to him. I was in Wilkes-Barre. Wilkes-Barre is very dark. Very dark. And Wilkes-Barre is where I slept in the porta potty. After I left the women and children's shelter for abused women and children, who had women and children, including myself, staying there with a male maintenance employee, male and female restrooms, and a back door out of the building leading to an empty parking lot where the alarm would sound if you exited the building. The women and children, that is. But not upon entry from an empty parking lot. So, anyways. And Wilkes-Barre had a set-up prop stage hospital. I am sorry, not sorry. I don't care if people think I'm insane. When I went to that hospital, it looked like a stage prop set of a movie, like General Hospital. I even made videos about this back then when I was there. I was like, it literally feels like I'm at General Hospital, and there's fake doctors, and that's where they first gave me the COVID test and shoved it up my nose, because this past February, I went in to the mental ward for a few days because I was feeling a little not myself with everything. And in my 5-day hospital stay this past February, they gave me 3 COVID tests, which everyone had to get them just because. And very gently, the swab, boop, 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 right around the opening of my nostrils. All 3. By different nurses. However, that first one in that fake-ass prop hospital in Wilkes-Barre with fake doctors and fake props, they shoved it up my nose. So, to me, that's what they were trying to do. I've heard a lot of talk about getting that swab so far up that the fibers infiltrate the brain. I'm positive that I have fibers surrounding certain parts of my brain. I'm positive because they attacked every organ in my body. And I'm on a mission. And not only that, I have not a thing left to lose. My kids barely talk to me. My grandbaby is in Illinois. Another one on the way. I can't be there. I wake up every day to... I have nothing to lose. And not only that, but being a mother and a grandmother and being lied to and misguided and everything my whole life, it's like, okay, now it's retribution time. Exactly. The nostrils, yes. Because in my opinion, based upon my research and my experience, my opinion and belief is that that's what the whole pandemic is about, attacking all the senses. Sight, hearing, taste, smell. That's why when people started complaining of losing their taste and smell as a symptom, it started to make sense to me. Sensory deprivation. What happens in those circumstances? I don't know. Let's look at a corn video from 2020 or 2019. What it is. Skin, yes. And that's what these things do. You can feel them when they attach. It feels like a stinging, like as if you just got bit by a mosquito or a flea bite or an ant bite, like a real quick, acute sting. Then it goes away. So to me, that's when it attaches to you. And then it embeds, screw drive in, okay? And then it travels to whatever destination it's programmed to. It's like it has an internal map of the human body and systems and organs. And it has a GPS map. Go right to the heart. And it's right there. Carry out this function. Constrict. Whatever. My friend... Yep. Oh, yes. They definitely, just like tapeworms and pinworms and all that come out in feces, same thing. Yes. And they're different colors. Black, red, blue. Yes. It's definite DNA manipulation and mutation. But for some reason, they can't. They keep trying because everything they've tried thus far has failed. I mean, alive, it's like, let's see. I'm a suicide survivor, for one, multiple times, overdose and blade. I was an aspartame user for 30 years, daily. I had metal braces and retainer for almost 5 years of my life. X-rays and chemtrails, breathing that in, fluoride in the water, genetic mutation in the food and modification. Targeted my whole life. See, that's the thing. People don't understand how targeting works. And with targeted individuals, you can be targeted from when you are within the womb, before you're even birthed here on Earth. My sister was. Oh. And it's my opinion that they use zodiac information and Stargate information to know exactly which souls are coming in, when and where, on this samsara wheel of reincarnation. And for some, looped. And that's why so many souls are tortured and severed and shattered, because they literally were. Think of ethereal, spiritual, angelic, okay? Androgynous. Encompassing and possessing both divine female and divine male aspects in one. All in one. Hence, no need for a marriage partner and procreation and all that, because angels were created for specific reasons. Okay, so I'm reading the chat, sorry. Are her symptoms mostly... Okay, there's something I want to tell you in case you haven't heard or I didn't tell you already. There is an ionized solution you can buy literally online for $10, or you can make yourself, completely organic, natural, and non-toxic, made out of ionized water, vinegar, and salt. It's called hypochlorous acid. I had a subscriber of mine send me a bottle of it in a Christmas package to the shelter I was staying at this past December for a Christmas gift for me. I sprayed this solution on fabrics, on my hair. You can put it in your eyes if you have an infection in your eyes. You can ingest it if you have an oral infection or stomach infection. It's completely organic and non-toxic. And guess what? It kills all viruses, bacteria, including COVID. So, hypochlorous acid. Hold on one second. Let me grab my bottle. I'm almost out, but it has lasted me, and I know it played a big part in my healing. But this is what my girl Tracy sent to me. I don't know if you can see that. I hope so. And if not, I can screenshot it and message it to you anyways. So I use that. Okay. Definitely. And yes, try that. I did everything naturally because I didn't have any other choice. I had no one helping me. I had no money to try and buy different things. I went as cheap and natural, like even being as resourceful as to use my food stamps, because that's the only income I receive still, to buy things like sage out of the produce department and oil, like olive oil, sea salt, and different things I needed. Yeah. So it was rough, but, I had people here and there, at least, that were a friend to me at the time, and they did help me. This one girl who was my neighbor, she works with crystals and everything like I do, and she did some stuff for me with that, and she made a bottle of patchouli oil and did her own little thing on it to give me to put on topically, amongst other things. So I had random people here and there. and frequencies. I know you have to know of Dr. Virtual 7, who, bless, for me has been a godsend. Frequencies. If you can get your daughter to put some headphones on and listen to some frequencies that prevent hacking, or also deactivate nanobots, that helps. Energy. I noticed, since I'm lifelong high vibrational energy, they're more attracted to that, and that's a targeted, focused thing. It's like, okay, the people that are vibrating the highest, we need to zone in on them. So that's what they pick up on. The more she can calm, relax, and keep her vibration just kind of, elevated in the sense of being positive, but slow and balanced, regulated to the point of not being high vibe, but not vibrating too low and slow. Just that middle ground. It's tough to do, because if you're naturally that way, it's like going against your natural form. This is my friend, but I'm wondering if I would try it, because now that I swear by it, because I can vouch for how much it helped me. And like I said, I rubbed it in my eyes, everywhere. Sprayed it in my hair, I put it on my skin, on my clothes, sprayed my bed sheets, even the air, like vacuuming, dusting daily. Back when the fibers were everywhere, I'd have a layer of like dust on everything, and I'm meticulous when it comes to cleaning. So I'm dusting and vacuuming every day, and I mean vacuuming my couch, everything. And yes, oils, that helped me. Salt baths helped me. The hypochlorous acid helped me. The frequencies, listening to them helped me. What else? Baking soda and vinegar. What else? Keeping my vibration down. I had to slow my roll. And I hated it, but I knew that when I was active or vibrating really high, I had flare-ups so bad. And that's all I knew. Yes. Thank you, B. Yes, the silver. Yes, and I burn sage, bay leaves, and rosemary. And even like mortar and pestle the rosemary and use the oil. My hair fell out in clumps, like literal clumps. I had bald spot here, bald spot there, and it just looked so ridiculous. So I had no choice but to clipper shave it, literally bald, just to get it uniform. And then the bald spots wouldn't grow. So I kept it bald until the turn of the new year. December, January. I started clearing up. And I just let my hair go. And it's been 9 months. And I bleached it so that I could color it. But I didn't get any farther than bleaching it as of yet. But it's healthy. It's growing. It's going to continue growing. I'm not taking a razor or blade to my head. I'm just going to let it grow. Frankincense, that's another thing. Ooh. Pure iodine. Now that I didn't try, but I would have. I literally tried everything. Biofreeze, Head and Shoulders with the, whatchamacallit, they have it in, I can't think of the P, something with a P, whatever. Dawn dish soap, and that actually did relieve some of the inflammation of it. I don't know what it is about it. Thanks, PG and E. Oh, Alex Jones. Okay. Oh my God. And I was using tweezers every day, pulling these fibers out. It was hours every day before I could even go to the grocery store to get food or anything. Like, I couldn't even go out in public. I was mortified. Cover my head with a head wrap. That's why I'm so now used to wearing a head covering that I feel weird without one. I don't know. I'm so used to it now that I feel not myself. Okay, if they're, oh God, I don't even want to say this, but it's the truth. So if it's flies, and that's another indication too, there are flies and gnats. That's a demonic presence. That's a mixture. Parasites, fleas, and all that, they're, in my opinion, bioengineered and not organic to Earth because they serve no purpose but to destroy life and suck the life force, blood. Look, really? She always got to do that to me. Sink. Why I'm making grids. Boom, shakalaka. And I just texted my friend who I was talking about a few minutes ago, the one who helped me out with the oils and did what she could to help me. And she's been having some issues with demonic presences, so she asked me to do a read on her last week and kind of clear her space for her, which I did. But she gets hit hard because she's a Scorpio, but she's gifted. She's powerful. Same age as my son, 23. These kids, I tell ya. Anyways, so I said I just wanted to let you know with the full moon in Pisces and, ruler Neptune, and things are going to be a little surreal or ethereal or paranormal or supernatural. Fill in the blank, whatever term floats your boat. So I said, since you're a rockhound crystal freak like me, make a grid. And I also told her I was going to send her, I'd write a blessing for her to say and pray over her stones, her grid. Yes. I noticed, especially lunar events, especially things like, I don't know, today, since I'm a Pisces moon, and the moon is a detriment in my chart, and I'm a Cancer rising, which is ruled by the moon. Thank God for my earth cap. Thank you, Lord, for that. Because if I wasn't grounded as an earth sign, Capricorn, Cardinal, and I have Pisces moon and Cancer, please. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. New Jerusalem grids. I love it. Yes. New Jerusalem grids. With impenetrable gates and walls. The dogs and immoral sorcerers and the outer courts. They stay out. I like that idea. That's great. And so I was saying all these lunar events, I have to charge my stones with solar energy just to balance out all the lunar energy. Yes, nobody, me neither. That's the first I heard of that. Sweet. I'll go in on that too. Exactly. It's like the oracles on the Never-Ending Story. That's what I always think of. Like the Sphinx reminds me of the oracle. Like they're just gonna have some laser shoot out their eye and vaporize. You know, if you're not in integrity. Yes, I love that. And that's how I feel too, is just kind of, well, vaporized, but sent back to source to be purified, recycled, so to speak. Okay. Yes. And you know what I recently read too? Let me rack Rain Man for a second. Is writing on your sword or on your shield. Oh, it was a certain sigil. I have it journaled. I'm going to have to go back and look this up and then message you about it. But on your shield, metaphysically inscribing the symbol of, I want to say, and obviously it's connected with something archangelic, but now that's gonna bother me till I get it. And I just wrote this down. Alex, how's the other Vania? This Vania is, let me take it off the charger. This Vania is sunny with a chance of Neptune. Please don't blame me. Blame my Pisces moon, okay? Exactly. And that's how I work too. Like, I don't know the mechanical details that go into... It would be like going to work with Elon Musk and creating rocket technology. Like, I don't know how to do all that. I'll get the design in my head and be like, okay, propellant, vector space, vacuum technology, ionized, I'll just get these, I'll see it all as a finished product, but I don't know the mechanical details, ins and outs. Oh, yes. And I always do that in my prayer meditations. I always honor the four directions and the archangels who govern them. Did I ever tell you guys that I'm a Capricorn sun, a Pisces moon, and a Cancer rising, and I'm 44? And my firstborn son is 22, and he's a Cancer sun, Pisces moon, and a Capricorn rising. Grandbaby 1 is a Cancer Crabby. And Grandbaby 2 on the way is due November 19th, which is also a full moon. Okay, good. How is this picture and like, not that I want you to see my non-makeup morning face of 1 cup of coffee. Oh God, it's 10 o'clock already. That's early for me. I'm a night owl. So I was kind of going somewhere with the whole principalities and fallen stars and celebrity stars. Wait, you make them grids? The grids you mean you make, or what? Wait. Let me go back. Okay. Okay. Talk about what? Grids or heavenly bodies. Yeah. Well, the grids I do with my crystals, and it's any design that I just feel intuitively guided to. Sometimes it might be a spiral, sometimes a square. Today's a cross. Beautiful. Now, I gotta tell you this one. Aquarius rising. B, yes. B, what's your moon? Aquarius rising. And I have a Libra and an Aquarius suns as well. 2 cardinals and 1 alien. Or, oh, I would love that. Oh. Yes. Fire. Leo, the lioness. Ruled by the sun. So that painted a little picture for me there. Oh, my kindred 7. Love, love, love. Bury them. Okay, now I have not buried any of mine. However, I will tell you, a few weeks ago, I went down to one of my normal spots on one of the nature trails, and I brought my trusty dusty because I knew I was being guided to set up a grid, and then I was supposed to do it out in nature. So, there's my dragon. Yes. Lots of moments with this guy. Yeah. Anyways, I went out in nature, I set up my grid, and what did I do? I think I did a spiral, maybe not. I don't remember what design it was. I honestly don't. However, I had the stones. Here, let's say, on the ground. And about right here, set against a stone, I had my phone because I was going to record it and get a picture of the grid and everything like that. So what I usually do is I lay my hands over and I speak aloud my prayer, blessing, or whatever I'm doing for my grid. I kid you not, every time I put my hand back down by the stones, my phone went, got all staticky, and I was like, yes, it's working. That's the power going through the grid. How could it have, every time I put my hand next to the stones again, they were charged. Like it was interfering with the, signal of my phone. Copper, oh yes. I know. I desperately need copper. I try to find it in my travels where I could just maybe scrape it off some wire or something, because Brokeback can't buy anything that she needs, of course. And that's all I've been wanting to get is crystals, stones, beads, jewelry making, items, a wood burning tool, rune casting materials, so that I can start crafting some of these things myself, and I don't know, maybe finding a way to survive with a little income, sustain life, day-to-day life. I don't know. How dare I? Wishful thinking, you know. Yes. You can hardly find any that are real copper. Well, I used to scrap, so I know like AC wires and TV wires and old. And let me sneak out here real quick. Really quick. Dun dun dun. She leaves her bedroom cell. Just kidding. Going through the house. Okay. I'm just gonna show you guys. Oh, it's beautiful and sunny out. Okay, I guess I can go this way. I'm on the front porch. I hope you can see this property next door. But it's my roommate's neighbors, and they have all scrap, old appliances, tires. They're like, whatever, wood choppers and home refin. I don't know what they do, odd jobs. But they have everything, and I'm sure if I could get over there, with permission, of course, I'm not a thief, I could at least get a couple of things to get some copper wire. Oh, I gotta stand in the sun. Hallelujah. Oh, yes. Okay, so I've been telling everybody for a while, well, let's rewind back to 2018, 2019. Like, I used to say it so specifically, like I used to go, 2020 is the year of full disclosure, and it's no coincidence that 2020 is perfect vision, like to get people to put it together. And I was like, back in those videos in 2018 and 2019, like, get ready because a whole bunch of truth is coming out and some things are going to start changing in 2020, and then 2021 is going to be chaos and just madness. 2022 is where shit's going to get real. It's as if, well, some of us know there's been a war going on for a very long time, and these battles up until now have been almost like boot camp or training for the upcoming, shall we say, Armageddon. And I hate when people downplay prophecy and have not put the years and years and years and years and years into seeking and researching and studying and finding as some of us have. Hi! I'm just ignorant with that anymore because I don't care. Like I said, I have nothing to lose, nothing to hide. So I just tell it like it is anymore. 2022 is like, okay, now is like the actual battle, and use everything you've learned. And those who are going to be in it are going to be in it, and those who aren't. And I don't know any other way to put that, really, because I'm not very good with my words yet. I've never spoken about this stuff to others in my life until recently. B, the fact that I have Rain Man in here and English language verbiage here, a little bit of a cluster. Plus the fact that I'm a Capricorn, so right there telling you hybrid, sea goat, tarot card, the devil, yet an angel. It's all messed up. Well, this is the way I look at it. Finding and prepping all right. Prepping, preparing, as far as food, medicines, water, yada, 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 emergencies. But there's no better preparation that you could do than on the inside, spiritually. Setting up that foundation on the inside of who you truly are. Are you who you say you are? Do you stand in integrity? Are you true to yourself? Regardless and despite the opinions or feelings or judgments of others or beliefs of others, do you stand in integrity, and are you true to you? Okay, that's where people should be starting. But they have no time to even think straight, much less ask a question or find some knowledge out, because they're so distracted or deceived. And that's where some of us come in. We have to be the voice of reason and truth amidst so much misinformation, disinformation, rhetoric, and deception. And it's going to take those who are the most strong-willed, strong-minded, non-conforming people. Oh, wait, I just read borax, and let me not forget that godsend either. Boric acid was all I could get within walking distance at my local Rite Aid at the time, so they sold it in the pharmacy department as a powder. I would take that powder and put it in a spray bottle mixed with water, and then sometimes I would add a couple of drops of like frankincense or cedar wood or tea tree oil or whatever I needed. Clove and star anise as well. Sometimes I'd put a couple of cloves in the bottle or a star in there, and I'd shake it up. I sprayed everything with that, and that did seem to help as well. I would swear by boric acid, yes. Definitely for parasites like fleas, yes. Oh, I just shaved the Persian kitty. Well, at least it'll grow back. Yes, and lavender and lemongrass are natural. You could, I'm sure, even use, I've never tried it, so I'd have to look into it, but I don't see why some sort of citronella in something couldn't be topically applied. I don't see that it would hurt them in any way. Yes, and boric acid, uh, baking soda, and even salt dehydrates fleas and ticks. So even if you sprinkle it all over your carpet, let it sit for 24 hours, then vacuum it up, furniture, stuff like that, that would be good for that. Now I can see, here's my flare coming in. And these ones are healing. But I have scars all over, like, I have a scar there. I have a scar on my wrist from these lesions. All over here. And the only way I remember it in my timeline is it was October of 2019, and I got such a raging, itching, red flaming, wanted to rip the skin off of my back, all over my back. And I had someone look at it like, do I have a rash? Is something like it? 8 hours. I wanted to just rip my skin off my back. So I thought, topical dermatitis. I was allergic to something or whatever, soap or a detergent or whatever. Then that turned into the lesions, bumps, lumps, zits, pimples, pustules, blisters. Then that turned into the fibers and stringy things, and different colored little larvae. Then that turned into actual hatching of winged demons. Essentially, let's all be real here. Because oh God, I can't even talk about this right now. I will be certified or certifiable, but it's the truth. And I have a witness as well, so it doesn't even matter. And it's documented and it's journaled. I don't cut corners, especially when it's the abomination I went through. And many other thousands all over the world who I ended up linking up with in online support groups. And these people could not have described in detail the same types of things that were happening if they didn't know what they knew. And that's how I knew that they were being real and true, just like I was and am. So I literally had insects, nanobots, creatures, bugs flying out of my skin at the worst of it. When I would smush them, they would turn into dust and just disintegrate. They literally would fly out of one of my lesions and into the mirror and disappear. I'm not psychotic and I'm not insane. I found it so incredulous that I literally questioned my sanity. And sometimes I look back and I have to really wonder, did those things happen? And then I go check out one of my videos, check the journal, and realize that I had physical, personal witnesses there. So yeah, it happened. And then I went on to research mold mites and fungal gnats and bot flies. And they're all Lyme related, as is Morgellons. Spirochete corkscrew-shaped Borrelia bergdorferi something. I can't remember the rest of the formal name. But there was another outbreak back in the day of one of these plagues, Black Plague or whatever, polio or one of these bioengineered outbreaks, where I'll have to do the research on it again, but there actually was a name because it looked like the patients had hairs growing on their backs, and it was these fibers. Exactly. Look, Jen, you went through it to help others. And that's what I got to. I wasn't giving God an ultimatum. I'm not irreverent, nor am I disrespectful ever. And that's been Satan's biggest thing with me, is trying to get me to curse God, which I won't. So it's like a futile effort. And, the temptations that come and offers, and that's all you got to do. Curse God and give me that one little thing that I ask for. Okay, bye. Anyways, I was like, God, this was just recently too, than the last few months or couple of months. And I said, God, please, if you don't drastically change my life for the better, please take me out. I wasn't saying it in a disrespectful way. I wasn't saying it in a suicidal way. I wasn't saying it in an angry way. Just, I can't take another day of this. So please, to be merciful to me, if it's not going to change in a drastic way, take me. I'm done. I'm good. Like, I've done what I can. Because I technically, minus Hell House for 2019 to 2020, I've been homeless since 2018. I've been without family support, without income, without a vehicle, without resources, tools, anything. And then the sickness, and then the eviction, and the targeting, and then anybody who's a truth teller on social media is an automatic target. And you have to know, not you, but one has to know going in that the more you rise up in truth, combating the deception and corruption in this world, the more your adversaries who are corrupt and deceptive are going to rise up to meet you and try to knock you back down. Well, I know that I come with divine protection because, like I said earlier, I would not be alive today, and I am the living proof of that for so many reasons. Born into having to be in an incubator the first few days of my life. Suppressed immunity all my life. I've had whooping cough, scarlet fever, you name it, I've had it. And now looking back, I see that all that was to build up my immunity for these current times we are now in with pandemics and all. All the suffering and loss. I know the loss of a child. I know the loss of a parent. I know what it's like to have everyone and everything ripped away from you. Literally. In every way. Over and over. I know what it's like to be addicted. I know what it's like to be suicidal. I know what it's like to be depressed. I know what it's like to be targeted. I know what it's like to be alone. And I don't mean home with a partner that you've been married to for 30 years that you can't stand. I mean alone. Not even a pet. But learning after the fact that I was never truly alone, as some of us know, even though allies are around, sometimes they can be unseen. And God, that's the one thing. In my life, no matter what's happened to me, traumas, abuse, on all levels, I've been abused verbally, mentally, sexually, physically, always. Loneliness is fatal. However, it was revealed to me not even 2 weeks ago, which I also have journaled through my tears, that the reason I'm not dead, and the reason I went through everything and am not dead, is because it wasn't my spirit guides or angels or ancestors who were protecting me and guiding me. It's God. And then, in sometimes the humor that God has, revealing to me, like, and you're still asking for confidence and like, you know, and then the verse was given to me of, if God is for you, who can stand against you? And like, you know, are you really not going to feel confident and courageous now, Jen? And I'm like, typical me, whether it's a Jen thing or a Capricorn thing, I don't know, but can you just give me one more piece of proof to confirm, like, something beyond a shadow of a doubt where I can't read something into it? Well, I got that in scripture, and I got that witnessed by someone as well. So I journaled that because I was guided to certain scripture in Isaiah, the prayer in Ruth, and 2 Samuel or 1 Samuel. I don't remember. It's journaled. And each page I was guided to, I was told to read that. Read this, read that out loud. And I did, sobbing my eyes out while someone was sitting there, sobbing their eyes out. Can't fake that. So, I basically, over this last 2 to 4 weeks, have been learning how to release my lifelong fears, my lifelong self-doubt, my lifelong lack of belief in myself, my lifelong feeling of inadequacy, inferiority, disappointment, and failure, not good enough. Being ostracized by my family. That's the hardest, those closest to home. And the lessons and wisdom through experience is what grants me the authority to speak on every topic I discuss, is because I have experienced it as well as researched it. I'm still waiting. Oh. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Billions and trillions of dollars in bailouts for corporations and banks. Yet a piddly less than $2,000 stimulus check for citizens who are suffering a plandemic, losing their jobs, losing their homes. Yeah, not a fan of this government. And see, being the Capricorn ruled by Saturn, I can speak on that. Because Saturn is very, very strict. However, there is no fairer judge of equality than Saturn. Because with Saturn, there are no feelings involved. Saturn's the karma dealer. And Saturn is not a fan of chaos and imbalance in the universe. And Saturn has had enough of the corruption and the imbalance. That's what I do know. I mean, the rings spinning wildly out of control should speak for themselves. Blasted remnants of a blown-up planet becoming the asteroid belt and Kuiper belt should be common knowledge by now. Stargates, star systems, portals, dimensions, realms, physics of the universe and of reality should be common knowledge. But how can you learn anything of value when you're being taught arithmetic and civil science and world history and American history, like Columbus discovering America, why it's named America, after Amerigo Vespucci and not Columbus, in 1492? But we didn't have a Declaration of Independence until 1776? What happened to all the indigenous people who lived on this land prior to the invasion and conquering? That's why I can't get with the whole Red Crew thing of make America great again. Because in my opinion, it never was. It's been nothing but bloodshed and lies. In the United States, compared to populations in other places in the world, China, India, we have a smaller population, but out of the entire world, the United States consumes the most. Shocker. I've read scripture my entire life. I was raised Roman Catholic until I was a teenager and defected. I went to a private Christian school run by a Southern Baptist church for 8 years. So I had religion shoved down my throat. And I could never find answers to my questions, whether from clergy, from my family, from teachers, never. So I searched for myself. And when I went to public high school, I took a world religions electives course, and that set me off for the rest of my life. After work, behind the scenes, as a mom when the kids would go to bed, on the side as a hobby, always studying theology, scripture. And the hawk flies by. Ah! That was beautiful. Anyways, decoding, reading everything I could get my hands on. The 66 canonized books by the Vatican, of course, and then other hidden Dead Sea Scrolls or newly discovered Nag Hammadi text or whatever. The Kybalion, the Torah. Oh, everything. Everything I could get my hands on. I have studied with Jehovah's Witnesses. I have read scripture from the Quran. And I see these bits of truths and bits of lies within all organized man-made religions. The prophecy part, though, that's what gets me. If you factor in astrology, numerology, which hardly anyone does when it comes to biblical scripture, everyone reads it literally, and that's the only way. Yes, and I have a Jerusalem Bible that has Maccabees and oh, I know. Exactly. And they're trying, like, I watch the Rome reports, like, little messages from the Pope. And that's one personal reason why I've been trying to learn Latin, is just for my own personal reason. I have a dream of standing toe-to-toe with that man and saying to him everything I want to say in Latin and leaving him dumbfounded. But, there's always the dark and the light. It's like Gemini twins. The good twin and the naughty twin. I can only say that because my sister's a Gemini, so I grew up with one. And I love them. But, Geminis. And it's like St. Francis of Assisi, who wrote the St. Francis prayer, like authentic. Current Francis, Pope of the Catholic Church today, the altar. Bravery! Hi, B, what's up? Oh, we're having all kinds of random topics here. Pandemics and nanotechnology and prophecy and our awakenings and why we went through all that we have gone through. Was it all for nothing? Or is there a mystery behind it all? 2022. God reveals the mystery to his chosen. I'm not, because I didn't have enough coffee yet. I'm drinking a Sprite because my mouth is dry. But it's good. I literally, these are the best times, honestly, is when you don't, like, plan ahead, or when I don't plan ahead, because then usually I get too much anxiety, and then I just procrastinate, and then nothing happens, so blah, 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 blah. So, I had a whole live stream cluster last night on Facebook. So, I downloaded a new live stream app, Streamlabs, what I'm using now, and I was only going to do a little test stream when I started this morning to check the audio and video, and then, like, gather my notes and do everything professionally. with makeup on. But yeah, I need some Kona or some Ethiopian high test, high caffeine. See, that's another video I'm going to be doing. Excuse me. It's about drugs versus substances versus medicines versus legal versus illegal versus plant-based versus chemical versus prescribed versus street purchased. And what my experiences, opinions, and beliefs are regarding that, and what I require for myself in certain ways until whole health is achieved, of course. For instance, I require cannabis for physical pain relief and mental focus and concentration. So I need an indica and a sativa. I also require a stimulant, hence why I smoke, nicotine, why I should have an IV hooked up with caffeine. And I do require, like, as much as I hate them, until I can do it on my own fully, a stimulant such as Ritalin. Which, if you are someone like me who has dealt with any type of addiction in your past life history, you are denied that stimulant, and hence I need to seek other forms, which I don't like to do. Yes, I used to be hooked on Perk 30s, little blues, Roxy's. And then I was on dope for a while. I hated that. I only got on that because my drug of choice at the time was crack, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Adderall didn't really work for me. Neither did Strattera, but Ritalin did, and that's what I hope to find. However, I have, from time to time, used other forms of non-written prescribed stimulants, if you catch my drift. I'm not a tweaker. I'm not a partier. I don't use any substance, whether that's cannabis or a stimulant, or even a sedative. Sometimes I'll take a Benadryl if I can't sleep, or melatonin or something like that. I use what I feel will help me and help me be productive, or help me get to a place I need to be of balance within myself. Now, back in the day, probably like in my 20s, I did stupid, like ecstasy. And, well, meth became my thing, but I'm not your average, geeked out meth freak. I don't use an exorbitant amount of anything that I use. Oh, I should have put do not disturb. But I know what I need, and until I find a doctor who is going to do right by me and prescribe me the medications that I require, then I do what I have to do when I need to, well, you know, sometimes like a tree, you gotta bend so you don't break. That's the way I look at it. I have prescribed me. See? Exactly. Thanks, B. I feel I am. I mean, I look back at my past and I, like, when we're talking crack and those circles, and let's just say I didn't always have money for what I needed, so I always got what I needed. Yeah. pretty degrading life. And I don't live there and haven't lived there for a very long time. But other than that, my use of drugs in that aspect was to escape or to numb or to not have to feel my soul being shredded. But I hated myself. I hated life. I wanted to die. So I tried. Now it's not that way. I do the best that I can with what I have. I've healed so many things that I went from hating myself to loving myself, and then learning how to forgive myself, which was the key that opened the lock for me, was actually the forgiving myself, not the loving myself. Because I kept, I was at this roadblock, I do love myself. I'm cool. If I was somebody else, I would want to know me. Why am I not making progress? I love myself. And then it was but have you forgiven yourself? Oh, shit. That was rough, especially as a mom. Oh. So I had to. And I was able to release a lot of the guilt that I carried myself, because so much in this life we've been lied to, misled, deceived, programmed. Then you've got industry and the beast system wrecking families, taking parents out of the home to provide less time in the family unit. Dang. So I was okay, so instead of 100% of the guilt and blame, I literally only have 10% of it? That's cool. Yes. Only when, that's what I do. And that's same for me. Moderation and balance for me is key. Everything. To me, even in my diet, when people ask me, oh, are you vegetarian? I say, no, I'm plant-based. And they look at me, what is that, vegan? You don't eat meat? And I said, no, I'm plant-based. Meaning that I try to eat the majority of my food that grows from the ground. Fruits, vegetables, beans, potatoes, things like that. However, when I have a craving for meat, or I'm low on protein, or I just haven't had any and I want some every once in a blue moon, I don't deny myself. Because, if you follow any kind of scripture, all food was declared clean anyways, so it doesn't matter. But me, for moral reasons, I don't believe in killing and slaughtering of living beings to consume them. That's just my own personal, to each his own. My kids eat bacon and I don't care, it's to each his own. It's just my thing. Exactly. And that's what I was tired as fuck for months, and I was sick of being tired. Sick and tired of being tired. And having no energy, no wherewithal. I just didn't have that gusto to get anything done. And I'm and I hate that feeling. I love feeling productive. I love having energy. I love accomplishment. I love, as a Capricorn ruled by Saturn, not wasting my time. Rest and pray. I do. The resting part is very difficult, if not near impossible for me, because I live according to other people's routines all the time. Even when that happens to be obnoxious people running around 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning while I'm trying to get work done, loud as little things like that. Or I don't know, those porta potties sure can get dark and stinky inside. I took subs. They helped me, but they started making me nauseous. I got like very nauseous every day. So I went off the subs, but actually the way that the sub doctors are doing it is the right way. They're seeing patients who are coming in with an admitted addiction to opiates, and no questions asked, just that you come in with your wrappers as proof that you're not selling them. Duh. And to come in every so often. Mine was once a week, and I had to bring my wrappers 7 days worth with me. And that's all that was required. So B. Okay, I hope my signal doesn't cut off. I'm going to go in the backyard and show you something. This is an exact prime example of what I mean. 2021, in the United States of America, here in this country, where freedom and liberty reign. Anyways, we'll take, I don't know, marijuana, cannabis. For so long was a criminal offense to grow, sell, buy, or have any paraphernalia on you. A charge of jail time, fines, for an herb that grows from Mother Earth naturally as medicine, because Earth provides everything to sustain life for free: food, water, air, nature therapy, and medicine. So there's the argument and debate of, is it legal then or illegal to use cannabis with or without a prescription? And even more so, is it legal or illegal to grow? When you require that medicine and you can't get the quacks in the medical field to give you your prescription, or even when they do, it's a $250 Pennsylvania registration annual fee for the registration card to bring to the dispensary to then again pay for your cannabis, which is FDA approved, of course, and seed free. So this is a plant. I'm going to do like a PSA. This is a medicinal plant here on planet Earth. Anyways, so, which is technically not my plant, my roommate's plant, but we planted it, we've been tending it, we smoke together. Now, I went on my little tangent with that. So, what is morally or ethically right in this case, would you say? Just your own personal opinion. A dope boy on a street corner who throws you a little extra bag on top of what you bought because you've been rolling with them for a long time, and even though they're a dope boy, but that's not necessarily my laws and rules. Oh, I think, am I still on here? It's saying, trying to reconnect. Okay, no step down. Wait, I missed this. Subs, yep. GABA, I-theanine. I've heard of that. And I've heard of Ma Wang, a Chinese herb, and guarana, and not ginseng, not ginkgo. It's something in that line, though, that's supposed to be a natural energy stimulant medication. Natural, though, not chemical. See, and that's what I've been racking my brain. Like, I told everyone that I know anyways. I mean, I don't hide anything in my life. Like, what you see is what you get, flaws and all with me, because what do I why be fake now? But I wanted to figure out a natural or herbal equivalent to methamphetamine that would give the same result but not be the toxic chemicals. Wild lettuce. I don't drink. I used to, but ugh. I can drink like probably about a month ago. I drank 3 beers and it was everything to get the third one down. I was like, yeah, all right. Exactly. Wild lettuce. What is it about the wild lettuce? What does it do? I want to know, Bee. Love you, Bravery. Thank you for stopping by. Was supposed to be a test live stream, but now pretty much covered every topic I wanted to. So thank you guys for being here. All my love, that's for sure. Pain reliever. Okay. I've never heard that. Wild lettuce, pain reliever. Thank you for being here, bro. I'm going to have to go to one of Glitch's live streams here soon. He looked like he was glitching out in his thumbnail last night, but I had so much going on with, I'll have to go see my GB. All right. So what is it, 11 o'clock? This is 2 hours. That's awesome and amazing. I'm just happy I got all this out because I've needed to talk about these things too, or else I'm going to bust. And it is like that for a prophet or someone who is called, who has foresight or foreknowledge. I hate the terminology and the labels. Like, I hate the word prophet because of the stereotype and stigma. I hate other words like fellowship. I just can't, because I read how people react to the stereotypes and the stigmas that are attached. And it just sounds too Bible thumpy. Anyways, but it is true how to someone who is like a prophet or has that duty to tell of coming events, when God places something on your heart like that, it burns until you speak about it. And it's like a fire. And all of these things, like, there are just so many things. AI, the race to space. I keep up with all SpaceX, Virgin and Blue Origin, everything, advancements, progress, launches, the political clown show, the failure of religious organizations, and the mockery. Whoever said God didn't want y'all to be rich and wear a Rolex like I do, or come here to my mega church and put in your hard-earned dollars so I can drive off in my $1 million vehicle? I can't stand them. I can't. The child trafficking, the abuse, the torture, the stock market exchange for children, buy, sell, and trade to the highest bidder, custom order. Full-term abortions, homeless camps for miles in California. The homeless people I have met in my journeys, right there with them, kids, while there's others living a life of decadence and waste. There are children in this country in and out of shelters and on the streets, getting their lunch at the Salvation Army soup kitchen, standing in line in the snow, because I saw them every day. Failure of any organizations or agencies to assist the abused women and children of this country. Technology replacing any togetherness that people once had. I just got a messenger message from my sister in Florida, as a matter of fact, 2 days ago. She sent me 3 videos. She hooked up her old VCR and her TV, and then she positioned her phone because she had actual VHS tapes from 1990 and 1998 of our family get-togethers, and we were all in these videos. My mom who's gone, my Nana who's gone, my grandma who's gone, my Aunt Joni who's gone, my dad was there, my aunt who's dying in Florida is on there, my cousins who I grew up with, my sister, everybody was together. It's 11/11. I know I've been alone here. But that's what I grew up with. Always birthdays, holidays, family get-togethers, cookouts. Even living in Florida, growing up in Florida, it was a religious thing to, every time there was a Kennedy space launch, my whole family came over and we set up our lawn chairs and got the binoculars out in our front yard. Yes, definitely. Well, didn't we cast out devils in your name? Didn't we clothe the naked and feed the hungry? I never knew you. There's just so much distraction and all these COVID, latest COVID news, COVID update on this app. Would you like to receive alerts for COVID, SARS, Sophia, wisdom? Who is the patent holder? Who's the patent owner of COVID, SARS, Sophia? Do, 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 do. Who else just recently, within the last few months, released 750 million bioengineered mosquitoes off the south coast of Florida? Now, they're males, so they won't bite. No, idiots, but they will reproduce with the females and create, I don't know, maybe more female mosquitoes. Idiots. Tesla's got the Tesla bot, AI robot, who he named Optimus, which is kind of funny, but come on. I still am holding out belief for Elon Musk. He's the only one. I am holding my faith in that he is actually trying to do all of this to keep technology out of the wrong hands and make sure that whoever's getting to Mars and to the moon doesn't have a ulterior motive, or whoever's creating AI isn't using deep AI, they're using narrow AI. Then we've got, well, the whole satanic and demonic black magic occult practices, ritualistic. Oh, tonight, I believe it's 6:54 or 7:54 p.m. Eastern here. So I don't know what area for anybody else. I would be prepared, if you are called to hold it down metaphysically, as this full moon being in Pisces, ruled by Neptune, aka the underworld, the deep waters, plus being the autumn equinox, energy, frequency, vibration, 369, just like Tesla said, rituals and ceremonies and certain occult practices are done at certain times on specific dates, numerologically. Also why they've messed up the Gregorian and Julian calendars, to keep people unaware of what's really going on. There's going to be a lot of ritualistic practice tonight. I'm just going to say that. There was also BFI, I believe it was you, in a conversation about shipping containers and trafficking. I could be mistaken, though. It might have been someone else, but I thought it was you. And yeah, it was. The Port of Miami is a very big hotspot for that. In those shipping containers and aboard those ships, even undersea subs, where they're hiding people, mostly children. I was guided to metaphysically remote view, locate these vessels and containers and ships and ports and energy blast them. Violet flame. And also to seal anyone you found, any children or anyone, if you found anyone with a specific symbol, to just metaphysically place the symbol on them for protection, safety, and healing. So I have my work cut out for me for the rest of today and tonight. I'm definitely going to be absorbing as much of this solar energy as I can. God help me. And I'm going to get my crystals out, soak them too. Thinking that's a good idea. Definitely some nature therapy. Probably going to do another live stream tonight. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to do a live stream of a prayer meditation. Maybe just a general, come in, you don't even have to say a word. Enter the room. Be silent if you want. This is just here to protect children. Ooh, gets me. So that's why I will not give up or quit. A, because I'm a stubborn goat. B, because I've been through way too much to just give it all up for nothing. And also, I'm a mother and a grandmother. And I was once a child. And a child who went through some very traumatic things by entities. Also, dream recall. I wanted to bring this up to see if anybody else has either struggled with this or has been finding anything recently. Okay, well, I've literally probably only remembered 3 or 4 dreams my entire life. I am a moon in Pisces, so Neptune, that's the dream world. I'm like, okay, well then I should have like vivid dream recall experiences. And anyone who knows me knows I have tried every possible technique I can get my hands on. Journaling, dream recall, meditation music, everything I could do. Lucid dreaming, can never remember my dreams. Well, Saturday night, I had a dream. And I remembered it. And when I woke up, I wished I hadn't. Just like each of the other 3 or 4 dreams in my entire life that I've remembered, this one was not only creepy, it was very sinister. I had such a feeling of evil, worse than any of the other ones, and the others were creepy, but not evil like this. They were dark. Maybe one was evil. So I'm wondering if maybe we do a lot of our work in the astrals, and maybe some of our work isn't so pretty. Maybe that's a protection mechanism, is purposely not to remember or be able to recall these dreams because remembering them would be traumatic in this life, in awakened, everyday conscious life. I don't know. That's just a theory of mine. And that only solidified even more that obviously the work that I do in those realms has to do with those types of things. So just leave me the text. I can't explain it. Flex had a person who was intelligence whistleblower. Project Veritas today, as a matter of fact, is supposed to be releasing COVID. And vaccination. Something. I forget what the headline said, but that's a channel I trust. 1122. So anyways, If anybody's experienced that problem of not being able to remember dreams, or when you do, they're really creepy, let me know. If not, I guess I'm just the freak as usual. The last thing the Nephilim wanted was for us to know that they are and come into our full. I don't know if I can, because they're one of the species of beings their own will and choices was their fault and their ultimate demise. However, what they were born into and how they were conceived and what they become was not their fault. And just from their perspective, imagine being a ginormous giant, right? And resources on this planet, human consumption, you could live. But as a giant, you would rail through them. And if you're starving and on your deathbed, instead of plants, you might turn to animals. Hence, they sinned against birds and beasts. And then cannibalism out of starvation and necessity. Those using their power and greatness for evil and for power and control. Yes, but just like as in any species or any race, there's your good eggs and your rotten eggs. That's why. And being the offspring of the fallen, paying for their parents' sins. Those are the things I have a hard time with. And that's only because that's my superpower. And it's a sucky one. Loving unconditionally. Honestly. I can't hate. It's not within me. And not only do I love unconditionally, even those who I consider adversaries or opponents or others who do things that I hate, like Mr. Megachurch or Mr. Hologram POTUS or others I won't name. I'm the type that would seek out some sort, there's gotta be a way of rehabilitation or reprogramming before I would just destroy, because although maybe criminally psychopathic, no one is inherently born evil. So that tells me that they too probably suffered some type of trauma or traumas in the past or in childhood and just repeated the same cycles. My dad once told me, your grandfather was a very abusive man and Your own Nana, your sweet little old Nana, used to have to sleep with a shotgun under her bed. So, Jennifer, I had a choice when I became a father. I could either be like my father and be abusive, or be completely different. And I chose to be different. That's what my dad said to me. I was just thinking of the Clinton administration, too, and Hillary's ties to Podesta. I asked God, I said, if I could have one wish in the afterlife, it would be that I get to go toe-to-toe with him, with Podesta, who I think is biologically related to someone I knew and lost, and was the cause of that someone's death. Another 76er, just like me. But a Pisces, not a Capricorn. Yes, and they all became evil spirits. Yes, demonic entities trapped to this realm. Yes. Yes, the fail-safe. God made the perfect system. All of creation returns to the unconditional love. The one from whom we all come and whom we all will return. The all. God destroyed them all. Yes, many times over. Tower of Babel, the flood, the Ice Age, even creatures like dinosaurs. Gigantic creatures. Everything. The bloodline is evil. Yes. And all the corrupt and the corruption is being removed, and the destroyers are being destroyed. That's kind of what I was getting at with the whole Saturn thing earlier. Like, there's not emotions or feelings attached. It's like, what is it? Revelation 12, 13, somewhere around there. And it says, for those who are whatever in captivity, to captivity they go. Whoever are for the sword, they receive the sword. However the verse goes. Yes. And a lot of the House of David comes up for me, and this is what really got me going on, like, trying to figure out my natal chart and having all these connections, like Aldebaran, like the 4 royal stars, which would be the 4 archangels of the directions. I know the connection that I have with Uriel and Michael, and I always wondered that. And the Jesus connection, the root and descendant, the House of David. Certain demons, yep, same for me. I could name a few by name, but I won't, because to do that invokes them, and we's a bit smarter than that. However, Yeah, I had a couple of attachments. There's one, that's why I was saying earlier with the flies, if there's like an influx of house flies, there's a particular, and his name begins with a B. I'm just going to put it that way. And the one that has been attached to me my whole life and tormented me mostly astrally in the nighttime starts with an A. There are demons, however, that I have also met who were open to the possibility of there being more and to being inquisitive of the light and what that meant. And the way I put it is, you're welcome to go and check it out with no obligation to have to stay or do anything. But you have that option. All souls are up for saving. I did not come to call the righteous. That's what Jesus said. So, person or entity, all the same to me. I think everybody deserves at least a second chance. Maybe no more than that. I'm that person, the giver of never-ending chances because of the whole unconditional love thing. That's where I've gotten in trouble, because I don't have the ability or capacity to let others go, no matter who it is or how it is that I love them, whether it's a family relationship or a romantic relationship or a friendship. If there was love involved, that's why I've gotten taken advantage of so many times in my life, is because the narcs, the users, the takers, the abusers, the demonic agents knew that I had no limit. So no matter what, I could not ever abandon or betray them or stop loving them. No, I definitely don't. I feel pity for them. Oh, wait, Bridget, I think. That's true, BFI anymore. The destruction and that's done. There's been plenty of time for them to do the right thing or repent, which is turning from those ways and doing something right. That's all that repenting. That's another word I hate that has the labels of stigma and stereotype. Repent. The time is at hand. People don't want to hear that anymore in 2021. Repent. That's all it means, is stop doing what you were doing before if it corrupts, deceives, or destroys, hurts or harms, and do the opposite. And yes, binding, casting out, yes. Yes. I live in both realms. I have one foot in the physical and one in the non-physical my whole life. No, but I'm not going to say it, but I've dealt with him too. ASMO is how the name begins. And the last 4 letters are a mockery. Latin. Demon of lust. I was very promiscuous when I was a teenager. And then it picked up again, my late 20s and early 30s. And I wondered why I was so promiscuous. And then I found out I had a sex addiction. And I'm like, I don't even really care. What? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, I could take it or leave it. So how is what? And yeah, because I had an attachment my whole life. And that's also in what book of the, is it Tobit? I can't remember the book it's in, but there was a girl who lost 7 husbands that she had just married on their wedding night before they consummated the marriage, which they were actually killed by this attachment out of the jealousy. As well as alien, ET, otherworldly entities, frequencies. The way I try to describe it to people that don't really understand how it works is, imagine a pilot flying a plane and then clicking a button and it goes on autopilot, and he sits back and he just relaxes while autopilot is controlling the plane. Demonic possession, entity attachment, frequency, hypnosis and mind control, programming. It's as if your consciousness goes, and that being, entity, force, whatever, takes over now. So you're an empty shell walking around, not having any clue what you're doing, but this energy is now commanding you. That would be my definition of possession and attachments. See, I wish I could say that. I have to. That's why I was born a Capricorn. That's why my family is my family. I had to be exactly 50-50 hybrid. I'm going to quote Tech 9. Evil brain, angel heart. Or I'm going to quote recognize, I'm living in hell as an angelic alien. But I have to work with both sides, and I have to remain Switzerland, neutral. Because I'm taking it that my duties or responsibilities in other realms is that I cannot be biased. I have to, like Saturn, this is what it is, facts and no feelings. Okay, wait, let me catch up here. Love is my answer to all my troubles. B, I've been learning that. Oh, God. I never realized how powerful pink goo is. No, how powerful love truly is. Love, appreciation, like real gratitude, but that appreciation and love are like the highest, well, music and laughter, highest. Our fight is not against, exactly, but against powers. Yes, exactly. I can't say these sons of bitches' names. Holy shit. Okay, Jen, you need to. Yep. Okay. That's the awesome part. Just literally within the last 2 to 4 weeks, since now getting like confirmation from God or healing and releasing some lifelong things I've held and discovering more about who I truly am, gave me the confidence to finally set my boundaries, command presences, usually to exit my space, and the ability that written or spoken invocations are powerful. I never dealt with any of this in my whole life. It's all new to me. So having navigated all this, like I started doing like ecstatic dance, spiritual dance. I call it trance dance, hypnotica. And even, oh God, should I say it? Who cares? All right, we all know I write poetry, but I put it to music too. And I rap. Like, I make rhymes. All right, so I'm not a rapper, but I look up to like Yellow Wolf and Tech Nine and Recognize, and just, there's so many. I can't even. Dax and Joiner, and there's just so many. I can't even go on. King ISO. Oh, my heart. So I noticed when I'm rhyming, I'll use like some of their beats to freestyle with, and I'll be rhyming. I noticed my hands going. And then I'm watching videos, and I notice all of them are doing this hand motions. So I started looking into that. I never knew that was a form of magic. So then it was shown to me, and I was taught, yes, moving your body or using the vocal and moving the energy at the same time is moving the energy, and that is considered magic, something that is moved by the force of the will, which is unseen. So I get it. And I was like, oh, that's why I do that? Oh, that's why they do that? And I'm like, does everybody do that? No, you have to harness it, channel it, learn. And then with this tantric type of ecstatic dance, I'll use tribal, like deep dark dubstep or tribal bass or something like that. And I'll notice when I am dancing just to the beats and the rhythms, I'm in another world. And I feel like I can see in my mind's eye as I'm doing these moves like trails, as if it was like I tripped on acid, and I could see these like lights and trails of energy, and as if you took a sparkler and you went like that and you could see, I don't know how to describe it. It's all new to me. So and now within just the last week or so, it's visually I'm getting things like orbs, or I call them flybys, like out of the corner of my eye. Just random things. Things on my computer screen. like a thumbnail, and then I'll see somebody go, I kid you not. I'm like, I'm not high, I'm not tripping, I'm not psycho, nothing. Okay, let me catch up here, because I went on a rant there about, okay, I read that. That's, lust is also created part of the, there is one principality. You're right in the love. We are to love one another, correct, but not be passive. Exactly, and they are empty vessels. That's the thing. A lot, they're just an empty shell or a program of what once was there, because after you sell out and you give away all you got, there's nothing left but an empty shell. And yes, an empty vessel. They can't think logically or discern or have any capacity for empathy or compassion or God love. So it's like talking to my sprite and saying, you know, well, I'm going to try to talk some logic and reason into you, so you turn purple and into a powder instead of a liquid. Okay? Like, it's like that. I just made that up, but God gives us a season to repent. If we repent not, he will destroy nations. That's what these demons hate. Yep. Rage against the machine. Destroy all nations. That's the heads of the beast. Nations. The earth is one big habitation for the human nation, not the rulers of flags of nations. Love is everywhere. I don't pour it anywhere. Love is everywhere, as is God. See, what other beings tend to forget is that the entire universe is conscious. They hate us. They're not human. They get inside humans energetically. We put out love to God, and you will be attacked. Yep. You won't have issues with demons if you bow out of the fight. It is why I'm here to pour. Yes. They are. B, you are. You're the prayer warrior, love warrior. You've shared your experiences in this life and others. Whew. Yes. And from now, speaking of the veil, B, I was just thinking about you in the ethers, maybe helping lost ones or crossing others. The veil, starting now, equinox, until Halloween, which Halloween is it'll be worse than last year, this year. And so is tonight, as far as ritualistic, ceremonial, black, dark magic and sacrifice. That's all I'm going to say. However, the tides have turned, and I've had more than one person confirm this as far as the shift in power taken from those who have had the power, and now it's been restored or is being restored to those who are meant to have or be in power, and stripped from those who are not. Oh yes. I just finally, instead of trying to micromanage and control everything in my life, I just had to keep saying, I surrender all of myself to you, Father. I surrender all of me, everything, even the things I don't want to. And I kept like 10 times a day just repeating it. And at first I didn't mean it. I was like, I'm just going to keep saying it until I believe it, or until my brain reprograms the belief that way. I don't know. I'm just going to keep saying it. And then I had a mantra that I used, and every time I exhaled, I would say that I am clearing, cleansing, and releasing. And then on the inhale, I'm allowing, accepting, receiving. Clear, cleanse, release, allow, accept, receive. That's what I kept doing. So shedding all the stagnant energies, shedding lower vibrational energy, everything that doesn't serve my highest good, gone. And replacing that instead with new energies. Now that those old stagnant energies are gone, now I have room for re-energized, balanced, empowered, cleared, neutral energies. I never knew how to do any of this stuff my whole life. And then it's like, oh, awesome. Glad you only gave me, 3.5 years till it all goes down to learn 44 years worth of stuff. No pressure. Okay, let me catch up. God at the center of my life. Oh, yes. That's the only thing in my entire life. I lost hope in people because everyone has abandoned me in my life. So it just was proven over time, like, hey, I believe I'm still alone. Yep. Okay. And hope that anything good was ever going to happen to me or for me or in my life. Happiness, I didn't even dare. But the one thing I never, ever, 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 ever lost, even at my most suicidal or hateful moments or lost, was my faith. I just somehow, all my life, like I said, I was raised with religion shoved down my throat. I turned away from God for a while. I didn't know what to believe anymore, but I sure didn't believe in the God that I was being taught about. 'Cause my God wouldn't be flawed like humans. My God would be like a perfect parent. And now when I became a parent, then I was like, okay, so if my kids did something wrong, that means I'm going to damn them to hell for all eternity because they made a mistake or sinned. Yeah, no. The lake of fire and sulfur, the deletion. Well, listen to Manson, mechanical animals. What's the only thing that can destroy machines and non-human parts? Okay. You inspire... Oh. Bug on me. B, you already know. You taught me more about how to love than anybody in my entire lifetime. And I've known you for 3 years, and I'm 44, going on 45. Says a lot. I've never been fake. I know. That's the Aries I love and adore. I just crossed over my ex. Oh, how did that go? Ah, she told me she gave me the dish on. See, and that's why I have to work in that realm that's not my favorite, with those beings who aren't my favorite. But I do what I do because I do. And that's what I do. And I had the opportunity to cross one. My phone's about to die. My screen just shut off. So I guess I'm going to go for now. I'll leave it on that note. And that was the most amazing experience. Because for a soul that had been lost for so long, and who thought there was no hope, and no one thought there was hope, believed me, and I gave the option. And they chose to just go check it out, see what it's about. And I said I would be there, and I was. That's why I do. Could have had another evil little demonic spirit, but they made a different choice. Because believe me, it's not fun working with both sides, I'll say. And it's not easy to have that kind of... I mean, I'm human like anybody else, and trust and believe when I am confronted or come face to face with especially any of them who have played a part or a role in the destruction of my life or the ripping apart of my family. I have a very difficult time. But just like you, I don't do anything alone. And if not for God at the center of me and all around me and with me and guiding me and protecting me and sheltering me and teaching me and empowering me, I'd just be an empty shell too. So, you guys, soul family, I've known this from the get.
Kitty just jumped up here. She had to come say hi. This is Neo.
Well, she was Onyx, then she was Nyx. But my son Benny took her twin sister when they were itty bitty kitties.
Hi, my baby.
And they're twins, so Benny has her twin, and her name is Eno. So I thought Neo for you,
but you just like Katie. You just go by Katie. She's a purring one right now. Oh, and she smells good.
And I just found a memory on Facebook that I reposted that had a picture of a black kitten, and it said, "Black cats steal hearts, not souls."
I'm not a soul stealer. Oh, you're so pretty, my kitty. I love you. And she's a purring one, and she wags her tail when she's happy.
Like a dog.
I heard that. Katie, what are we doing today? Oh my God, Katie, look at you. You're going to go viral because of your cuteness.
Where I stay, there's always litters of cats, and a lot of them have died. There's some mental things, disability. So, you just can't help, though, every once in a while, when one comes around, that does steal your heart. Right? And I got really attached to this kitten who I named Count Chocula, who I did a video of a couple months ago. And he was really attached to me, and he ended up disappearing. And after he was gone, she just got attached to me, and then she started sleeping in my room and having this routine. Every time she hears me come in, she jumps out of her bed and she runs in here.
Right? Yes. Yes, I love you too. Very much.
So talk about totem animals and animal spirit animals. I believe cats find you. You don't pick cats, they pick you.
Right, Katie? Tell him, Katie. See, that's why we were worshipped in Egypt. Because we already know these things. When will you humans catch up? Oh my gosh. Kitty, we're so slow, aren't we?
That DC Deliverance gathering that you were streaming that day. Oh my God. That was one of the most powerful things. Like, I was in tears. I watched the entire thing on your live. Like, I couldn't. Oh my God. I just was like, okay, see, people, this is what true healing and deliverance is. It's not those stupid, you are not here, televangelists. Oh, I can't. I would love to be a part of something like that. And that's the other, I think all of these things, I have been so racking my brain, begging, seeking, like, what is it that I'm supposed to do, and what tools and techniques, because there's like 8 billion things, and what should I focus on? What am I supposed to do? Am I hands-on healer? Am I energy working? Am I crystals? Am I don't know. I don't know. Clearings? I don't know. I knew it was going in some path. Or I was like, am I supposed to not do any of that and like really go study, like get a psychology degree, mix in the astrology, or go the neuroscience route and learn how to rewrite AI programs? I didn't know. I was checking into everything because I was at the point where I was literally going to just pack a suitcase and hitchhike from here to Texas and walk into the office of SpaceX and say, "Hi, I just hitchhiked across the entire country, hoping that you'll hire me and give me a job." Thinking that would seal the deal, But anyways, I saw in a vision too a traveling to DC. I saw this in 2018 or 2019. A big gathering in DC. Music and... So I don't know if that means anything. As well as I saw myself and a partner present a case in a federal court, Supreme Court, somehow. So I'm wondering. Some people already started some class action lawsuits. Why does my phone keep blinking? Against the United States government. Oh, I don't want to get in on a class action lawsuit. Mine's very personal and very detailed. And my life and my family's life has suffered on account of this government. I would love to present my case in the Supreme Court. But even if I don't, there are other courts which are already in session. And those are the only ones that matter. So, I've been doing a lot of that. It's been time as of late, I guess, for me to plead my case to councils. And I have. I've held nothing back. I've stated my experiences and effects of that, and expressed all the ways which I and my family have been deceived or cursed or, Wait. Philly. I don't even want to tell you what happened to me last year. That underground tunnels in the and in Philly, the old building that houses the what is it called? Like the main courthouse, the city building, whatever it is. It's an old building. Where all the government offices are, right in Philly. And it's in like the central downtown area where they have the big buildings and then all the monuments of whomever out front. Well, City Hall. That's not an old building. That's an old mansion. I would love to go there again because I did not get to go inside because of COVID. COVID. It was closed to the public. However, now I bet it would be open. Oh, am I going to say this? Yes, I'm going to say this. North, south, east, and west. Philadelphia. Land intersections at streetlights. You go underground to catch a train. You come back up, you think you're at a certain intersection that's supposed to be facing west. It's now facing north. Or it's on the opposite side of the street, and you're like, didn't I just go underground over there? And I'm coming up here again? What? Underground tunnels, I'm just going to say it again. Trains. Passageways. And painted on the wall at one part, because I went back through where the construction was, where you're not really supposed to walk, not where you wait for the underground trains, but in the unfinished tunnels that they were working on. Meanwhile, the hammers and chisels and all that were sitting there covered in dust, and tarp was all over, hadn't been moved. Like, nobody's working on anything back there. Well, there was a painted message and a fence that was locked in this one part of the tunnel that said "Road to Hope" or something. It had all these kids holding hand. Oh, that's one of the times I questioned my insanity. And I ran all day under the ground, around and around, all Philadelphia. Like, I kept getting turned around in circles and circles and circles. And I was led on this wild goose chase. Wow. Okay, let's see. Wait, radical healing. Yes. They're holding this in Philly. I had a dream back in May. The whole everything. But the cat. Let's see. Okay. And I have to get in that building. I have to. No, it's not I had to. If I had a car, I would have done that already. Been there already. Man, because I'm probably about an hour from Philly, an hour north. Maybe an hour and 15 tops. Oh, that building. Okay, and what I was talking about earlier about not being able to remember my dreams. However, the 3 or 4 that I did have in my life were creepy. I lived in Florida my whole life. My parents took us to New York to see the sights when I was like 10 or 11. Other than that, I've never been up north until now, but all my life I've spent in Florida. Okay, with that being said, I've never been to Philadelphia. I've never seen it. Nothing. Didn't know much about it, actually. Didn't care. That building. One of the dreams I had when I was a kid was of my great-grandmother's house. My great-grandmother lived in England, and I never was at my great-grandmother's house, ever. Before she died, like a few years before she died, she moved to America with her husband, and she actually died when she came to stay with my mom and dad for a while. And I thought, how could I dream of my Nana, I called her, my great-grandmother's house, but I've never been there. Can I tell you that inside her house in the dream were so many corridors and hidden passageways? And I can still picture it to this day. And I'm talking 30 plus years ago I had this dream. And I could still remember the feeling when I opened the closet door and that leading down and these paths, and it still creeps me out to this day. What would you say if I told you that building, that was the first thing that came to my mind that day when I was standing in the street looking at this mansion of rooms upon rooms upon rooms upon rooms that was so old and so different than the other buildings right around it, came from a different time and space. How does that connect with my great-grandmother, and how does that Philadelphia building connect with a dream I had when I was a kid? Yes, that would be amazing. I'm down for that. Oh my, you name it. I will get donations on my channel for gas money. Fire of God, yes. What do you want to talk about the geoengineering weather? All right. That's another thing. I work with plasma energetically. A lot of it I use for diminishing the effects of geoengineered weather, like tornadoes and cyclones and tropical storms and hurricanes and wildfires. And what else do we have? I can't. Oh, that's right. Lightning and electrical storms. HARP and DARPA, HAARP and DHARPA, are two agencies, organizations, mostly HARP, who practice weather modification geoengineering. Creating weather patterns which are not natural to either fuel or substantiate other severe weather patterns. Then they direct these storms over whatever geographic location. Let's say, for instance, we've got wildfires all over California, or volcanoes. Well, volcanoes are erupting because of the... Okay. Tropical storms, we'll take that. The hurricane that was just up the East Coast, Northeast. I'm terrible with names, even with people, so I don't remember storm names unless they're huge. Ida, was that what it was called? I told the piece dealing about... Okay. Good, okay. I heard there is a new thing between us and the sun. It's helping us, but they don't know how. I believe it's our love. As love is an energy, which means it's a frequency and a vibration, and a color on the spectrum wheel. Yes. Hello, Solar Cycle 25. How you doing? All the solar flares and CMEs and the Schumann resonance chart is off the charts this entire last month. I'm sorry, but 7.83 was the old heartbeat vibration. They're going to have to update that because that is no longer. That's a thing of the past. I love that you believe it's our love. That's why I love you. Oh. The more pink goo I have in my life, the better. Because sometimes I can get not pink. Yeah. Plasma. Plasma, plasma, plasma. Anyways, so that's what I do to combat the geoengineered weather modification. I use plasma energy, namely green and pink. Let's say if there is a big storm, using the green and pink plasma calms and dissipates it, or weakens it, I'll say. In the beginning, when I first started working with plasma energy, I just used my mind to focus it and visualize it and direct it. Now, I have incorporated like the movements, I'll say, in Hypnotica, or speaking it out loud, as in voice carries another added vibration frequency. So it's like a boost, power boost. So when you incorporate all of them, visualization, channeling it with maybe your energetic bodily movements, voice, obviously your intention, that's always for me, my intention is always for the highest good of all, because I respect all life. I don't have to agree with it, but okay, volcanoes and earthquakes. Got the formula on how light workers can stop and minimize the damage. A 3-strong cord. We are see? Sync. All I've been getting the last 24 hours is the power of 3, triple, trinity, trismegistus. 3. Yeah. And our sun being the portal to the central sun.
Oh, Kitty, you're so lovey this morning. Why is he purring like this? Oh my gosh, Kitty, I love it. I get all these loves, Kitty. Let me be on camera, she says. I'll keep headbutting your phone. How are you? Oh, my kitty. Oh, my kitty. She's a purring one.
Okay. Exactly. And that's the other thing. I've been thinking too. Solar flares, CMEs, plasma, UVA, UVB, cosmic gamma rays. Can anybody say DNA mutation? Like radiation, hello. So, a combination of all these genetic anomalies as of late, yes, of people glowing, like bioluminescence, like literally like a glowworm glowing. And then I started thinking, the shining ones, obviously superpowers and abilities, supernatural abilities. That goes along with it. It'd be like being bionic, you know, a metahuman. Plus, incorporate all your healing, calling back lost soul fragments, calling back lost soul light. That comes with all that stored knowledge of gifts and abilities and everything too. So exactly. They lost exactly. But it's cute. I'm making teams. So God needs all hands on deck. I'm just the facilitator. Yes. And you know, I have my fam who I know. I just know who's real and who's about it. And that's not saying anything good or bad. It's just, I think a lot of people are excited and they have the best intentions. But when it comes down to when they really truly see what they're really truly up against, some may not, but I'm not faulting or judging. I'm just saying that's the way it is, because a lot of people can't handle what it is. So, I haven't, as of yet, I wouldn't say like joined a team, but that's what I want more than anything, is my circle, my crew, and for me, like, I'm particular, death before dishonor, and everybody in agreement before any move is made, because there's no I in team. And always standing in integrity, loyalty, serving the highest good of all involved. Saw the 333 yesterday. It's why our core sun sign with a person's moon sign. And then the antidote, which we can call in all three. The antidote, as in rising. Saw the 333 yesterday. Sun sign, person's moon sign, and then the antidote. People are joining. Yes, and I love that. Oh my gosh, I just looked at the video time length. I swear you can look at it. 33333. I kid you not. 33333. Oh, wow. Yes. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. See, and I didn't want to go about I knew I was called to preach the gospel. Again, I hate that term because I know the stereotype, how it sounds. I wouldn't want to hear that. No. Preaching the gospel, though, is sharing the truth and setting the captives free by enlightening them with the knowledge, peace, love, treating others the way you want to be treated. Like Jesus. I got that. But how to do it that's innovative and new and exciting to where people want that, because it is a life of discipline. It is a life of moral ethics. It is a life of not succumbing to every whim and desire. And these days, the way people live, instant gratification, lust, perversion, corruption, cancel culture, God forbid we offend anyone with, the truth. Those types, I was like, how do I do this? So I've shared on my channel prophetic words I've gotten, or scripture, or life experiences, whatever. We can go into these stories. And I just haven't known how, what am I supposed to be doing? And just tell me what to do and a little bit of how to do it, and I got it from there. That's what I've been like. Just give me the direction and I'll take it from there. We can go into these storms and take their yes, and deactivate and deprogram all the technology used to create them. Yep, I work on that. I even work on 5G towers sending power blasts of energy to yeah, disable them. I hate using, me too, team, but it's like collaboration. I want that group of like-minded individuals who have the same common goal, stand for the same types of things that you know everything's there, the loyalty, the camaraderie, the collaboration, the experiences, the beliefs, everything's just same wavelength, you know? I know, that same here. Instead of team, shall we say, cabinet? No, I'm kidding. Crew, tribe, fam. Camp. Legion. Ooh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Like wildfire. Fire is the culprit. Air sign. Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Oh, Katie. She's biting.
Okay. What if, just hypothetically, it's an earth, water, water? How's it go? Lots of love to you too, B. Thank you again for the prayers. It's been quite the paranormal week for your girl here.
Right, Katie? Saying it's getting a bit much. Can we ever rest? No. Tell them, Katie. Sometimes people don't believe me, Katie, so if you tell them, nobody will deny your cuteness. Say, I see them spirits all the time, waking me up, bothering me when I'm sleepy on my queen bed. Right? That's why she protects me all the time.
She's so cute. She really does. How tiny, and she protects me.
Right, Katie?
Yes, you do. Okay, so what about that? You know, but Earth, I would say, is kind of like a wild card, because Earth encompasses all the elements. So you've got your air, fire, and water all encompassed in Earth, and then water, water. Why me? Okay, so let me think about this for a minute. So really, that could be fire, heat, electricity, earth movements, lava, eruption, drought, ice. Oh, my Rain Man's going off on a tangent now. I'm going to have to delve into that deeper. Sphere, form rain. Yes. Okay, so fire, sun. So I'll go with air, sign, moon, rain, sun. Ah. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Antidote is earth. Okay. I'm picturing it as I'm reading it, so that's how my brain associates. Okay, one question. The fire sun sign needing to hook up with the air moon to pray and rain. Could the fire sun sign hook up with water moon to pray in air, which would be, oh wait, spirit comes in the form of rain. Okay, so I guess no. Okay. Air. Sweet. Okay. Who's an air moon sign? Air moon sign. I don't even know who would be. Yes. Yes. We need an air sign sun. Okay. An air sign, why not Petey? He has the magic stick. I mean the magic touch. I can't help it. I watched his freaking full moon non-ritual but a ritual freestyle earlier before I did this. Okay. Oh, you're doing it today? Yes. Okay. I was so glad you were like, no, I have to put it off, because I literally was sleeping all, I just could not. Okay. Good. Okay. Yes, please do. I would love to learn more about that, and obviously any way that I can help or contribute, I will. Kitty, you're so cute, but your white lips are adorable. For being a member of the All Black Cat Club. Okay, volcanoes, fire, and earth. Yes, earthquakes, plates. I was just gonna say tectonic plates. Fire as well. Exactly. Plus, well, okay. Is there any way to incorporate magnetics or electricity into this, especially if you work with any of those? Let's say magnetic energy or electrical energy to somehow, I guess I'll ask these questions. Oh God. Oh God. Yes, that would be my dad. And my ex, who just messaged me yesterday out of the blue. We've been broken up since 2019, but we stayed, whatever, random talk here and there. Okay. Sag, all these Sages. Well, my soon-to-be 75-year-old Navy Vietnam former mailman dad, who is a Sag through and through, is definitely out. You're like, what are you talking about, Jennifer? And my ex, not really on our team. Oh, I don't even think I know any other. Aqua Libra, Aries. And I actually shared your live when you did that video. I shared it on Facebook too, because there are some people in groups on there that I've connected with. And I noticed my sister liked the post or whatever. I don't know if she watched it, but she's a Pisces sun. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm an empath. You don't know what it's like to be me. I'm a Pisces moon, so I get to say that. Plus, she's freaking almost 10 years younger than me. Ugh, spoiled. Anyways, so yeah, I have a Gemini sister and a Pisces sister. Definitely. I'm in. What time are you doing? When's your Zoom thing? And how am I going to get the link and whatever I have to do? I'm not tech savvy. Computer proficient, but not tech savvy. I've used it before. I think you get a stream key or something and an email, or I don't know, something like that. But that's a great idea, Zoom anyways, for interaction. That's the only thing that sucks about live streams is, yes, you can connect and chat, but not interact the way I would like to, like Q&As and call-in discussions, things like that. That's what I always wanted my channel to be, just an open forum. Like, if you're suffering or struggling with something or dealing with something or questioning something about life and it's a random off topic that nobody discusses, come here. Like, this is the no judgment, no hate, anything goes, no topic off limits, we'll figure it out together channel. Yep, okay. Well, I guess that's why I was guided to do mine too, and share it with my friend to have her make a grid. It's been all grids the last 24 hours. And my lamps. Oh, okay. Lovely. I get a LED chakra cleanse this way. and it helps with the visualization and plasma. I'm a nerd. Okay. So please send me that stuff, the Zoom info. Yes. See, that's what we should do. The Zoom thing. Are you subbed to, well, she goes by Queen V now, but used to be Lady V, Veronica, Higher Realm Holistics. Just wondering. I haven't been keeping up with her lately, but I did watch a couple of things. She kind of disappeared for a while, but she's in the know. And last year she did a couple of prayer rituals, ceremonies on a live stream, and we all got to be there and meditate, and you could just, it's like one of Petey's, really. You can palpably feel the energy. But just the meditative qualities of it, that would be amazing to do a Zoom, like a meditation to hit on these points of interest and in whatever ways specified. Like randomly, I do mine differently. My plasmas, if there's storms going on, to calm things, especially underground, like lava from erupting. And I hit 5G towers every once in a while when I feel so inclined. And I shift and maneuver things etherically so that translates here eventually. I'm hoping. Gonna be able to visualize into this. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, and usually when I do that, I don't look at the news headlines ahead of time. I just go into my meditative state, and whatever I'm intuitively shown, like I might get Hong Kong out of the blue, or Tanzania, or whatever, and then I might get like fire or tsunami or just whatever it is, or I'll see like flooding or whatever. There have been times when I've heard the people screaming, and I checked the next day and it was a landslide. So I kind of go on my intuition, and I'm guided to wherever geographically that I need to be. Can't be a part of what exactly, because it's not just for business purposes, it's more than that. I know, that's, see, and that's I freaking struggle with this. Like, I'm destitute. I have been, we all know this. Like, Jen's a broke bitch on food stamps, like homeless. However, I never intended my channel or any of this to produce an income for me. It's never been about money. I told you my message was you need to reach the largest amount of people in the shortest amount of time. YouTube, YouTube, YouTube. And then I begrudgingly started my channel to help people. And to me, that doesn't cost, and there isn't a price. However, donations, barter and trade, service or product, in exchange, even energetically, gifts, it's all fine for me, but you can't live in this world on that, you know? So I'm always between this going on a different trip, maybe in the future. But I'm to go at this salon. Okay. Zoom on you. Okay. Yeah, I know. Well, that's kind of why I stopped watching too, because it's kind of like got a little, and then fell off and disappeared. And it's like, for leading that many people, you can't just like up and abandon your team. You know, if you're looked at as like the leader of the team, you know, it's like the commander going AWOL and leaving all the, you know, privates on the battlefield. That's why I stopped. But then, you know, she came back and she's been doing little things here and there, but I know I'm guided and I'm told and I'm led to believe, and I know that all glory goes to God. And when we start taking it pridefully or selfishly, egotistically, self-glorifying, that's when things maybe won't work out so well. Okay, that's kind of what I got to, so pretty much the same. I do get it though, because it's hard to know and do all these things and for so long and like waiting for other people to catch up, and just, I know how frustrating that is. Hence the little terms normies and all that. Can't I be a normie, please? I'll be a normie. Shoot. Lifelong freak, an anomaly, or a normie, normal? No, I love, this is, okay, this is my prayer. This morning, this is what I wrote. Father, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for everything. For all of everything. Thank you for you. Thank you for me. Thank you for existence. Thank you for life and for experience. Thank you for the lessons. Thank you for the blessings. Thank you for creation. Thank you for divine perfection. Thank you, Father. I love you. Amen, amen, amen. That was my prayer. I love exactly the way I was created and who I am and what I am. Now, at this point, my life wasn't always. But yeah, I'm so grateful and appreciative that God made me exactly the way I am. Because if I wasn't me, I wouldn't know the things that I know. I wouldn't have experienced the things I've experienced. And I'm very thankful for what I know and very thankful for what I've experienced and the wisdom that has gained me. So, okay, wait a minute. But okay. My dad. I discovered I have some kind of affiliation or affinity or inclination towards runes. So that's what I started studying, and I bought some little wooden blocks at the $1 store with my change. Yes, I did. And I have a Sharpie. I'm going to make some. And I've drawn them for myself now for some time, and I gotta tell you, probably as tarot is for you, it's quite mind-blowing and astounding. And I'm like, this feels more right to me than tarot. Like I have, tarot cards, and I've drawn tarot for myself and for people in my personal life, but I don't do it as like you, as so much. Oh, same here. That's what I'm saying. I'm not your average 9 to 5 or normal Monday through Friday gal. Like, okay. When we were talking earlier and I was discussing about the medications and things like that, and routines and living with other people and schedules. Okay. Part of that is I have a different sleep routine schedule than average people. Even when I was a kid, I would sneak and stay up at night when my parents thought I was in bed. I'm still a night owl, but what I like to do is I like to stay up for one night and possibly two, and either sleep on the second night or that third night. I'm at my best. I'm most productive, most accomplished, most balanced, and I get the best sleep that way. I'm not your 6 to 8 hours of sleep every night on the dot to go to bed at the same time every night, wake up at the same time. I'm not that person. I'm just not. Oh my God. They know I'm... Oh. That's awesome. My dad, doesn't really talk to me. But remember, I was the 12-year-old childhood genius who had to watch her parents' faces glow when the doctor told them that, and then tried to live up to that expectation for the rest of my life, and never became the Einstein or the Curie or the Tesla. But I got that stigma stereotype label at 12 years old. Yes, I did. Guess what my IQ was back then? I'll give you one guess, a number. If you can guess it. And whether it's accurate or not, I will say I quit and I gave up taking the tests because I was tired of taking the stupid tests in the psychotherapist's office. So I purposely quit. I could have gone further, but I didn't want to. Well, anyways, it ended up being 144. I kid you not. That's documented medical records. So yeah, I've always been oddly different, and I've known it, and everyone in my life, family, friends, coworker, everybody, authority figure or not, has known that and made me know that and feel that as well. Me too. Crystals and striking up conversations about zodiac signs I'm noticing with the millennial 25 and under generation, like my kids, and I love these kids. They're interested in that. They're like, oh, snap, that's why, this and that. Like, zodiac information, numerology information, metaphysical, paranormal, because come on, these kids, mine, Cancer, Libra, Aqua, 23, almost 20, and almost 17. They have me as their mother, our family. You know, I don't even need to say anymore. They have dealt with experiences their entire lives, and there's no way they are going to ever be made to feel the way that I was. Mm-mm. Do you ever watch Alexander Pagani, Deliverance Ministry? To me, I think they're based out of New York. His ministry is New York. I don't remember where, but Brooklyn, maybe? Bronx? Something like that. Anyways, Alexander Pagani, and he does deliverance. That's how I want to get, like, to be able to stand in my authority like that. Oh yes, angelic shield. Oh yes, always. I changed the direction of mine. I had it pointing due north to south, but then I switched it south to north. I'm not being guided to go east or west. I'm being guided to keep it on a north-south axis. I don't know what that means, but I just go with it. I don't question this shit. I just do it. Saves so much aggravation and headache later on.
Kitty, we have to do our grid. It's so amazing finally talking about all this stuff.
But I know I have to go and do this thing. Okay. Those grids. Oh, yes. Okay. Along with... Got that. Playing. Yes. Very close. Yep. Go figures another sync.
Look, my hair's actually getting messed up, Katie. I'm happy about that. Because I don't even care anymore.
Because I'm just glad I have hair. Look, it's like Einstein. It takes too much time to do your hair. And that's why he never wore socks either. He said they're a waste of time to put on, or they end up getting holes in them. And I agree.
Time management and efficiency. Right, Katie?
She's guarding me, laying right on my arm. Purring. Oh, and suddenly the purring stopped as soon as the phone got up to her.
Oh, Katie. You're so supernatural and powerful.
Well, duh. I'm a member of the All Black Cat Club. What are you watching that's right by my head? Oh, Katie. What is it? Oh. Now it's down here. What is it, Katie? Oh, it must be traveling because she sees something that I don't.
Where'd it go, Katie?
She's watching it.
I'm not moving you. I just want to see what you're looking at.
Interesting. Maybe we'll just look this way for a moment. Ooh.
Ooh, kitty.
She's always seeing spirits and all kinds of stuff. Poor baby. She's like, just let me rest. I'm just a baby. And then I'll catch her and she's like, watching something. Poor baby. Leave her alone. Okay. Excited to teach these I know. You're always posting crystals. My kids' friends all call me. Same here. Same. I'm going to hold classes to teach them how to use it. Oh, yes. He's in the... Okay, Bronx. He has a very religious bent to him. He would say, I'm possessed. I was wondering, because I always hear that about divination. Yet, some of these same people that claim divination is the work of the devil or whatever are also the people that don't know that angels practice magic. Just to stand under the anointing, see if he picks up. Exactly. That would be funny. Can you imagine? And you know, another thing with... I know. Because I would do it. Hey, we were told to test the spirits. That's an order, so... That would be amazing. That's how you do it. I mean, I'm sorry, not sorry, but my whole life, that's pretty much what I've done to test the authenticity and integrity of others. I test. Like, I don't know. That's just me. I've been posting Bill Johnson's stuff. Talk about a teacher of truth. Oh, I haven't heard of him. Or I'm not, the name's not registering. Bill Johnson. Oh, I'll have to write that down. I always like good advice and good tips from people that I know are real, that I'm not going to say I've tested, but you have endured the test of time, and I just know. So I vouch for people. I've shouted your channel out numerous times over the last couple of years, amongst others, people that I know are tried and true, that I personally would vouch for. So you're one of them. Bill Johnson. Okay. What Christian person would take Satan's tools and use them against them? A house divided against itself. What did Jesus say? If Satan casts out devils by Satan, and yes, I'm a Jesus freak. I always have been. Oh, that's what I was saying earlier about the one thing I never lost was my faith. And I don't know why or how, but maybe I just couldn't, like I felt if I gave up on that, my whole soul would unravel and I would just lose myself completely. Nimrod. Marduk. Oh, yes. I went all back into Sumerian mythology. Well, when all the Planet X became Hot Topic and Nibiru and Anunnaki and all this New Earth and blah, blah, blah. Not to mention the 6-planet conjunction and, Revelation 12 sign happening and yay. So I started looking into all these heroes stories and creation stories. Almost everything that was once pure has become either diluted, perverted, corrupted, darkened, distorted, manipulated. Sweet. Okay, good. Then I can just get it off there. Hey, if we go to the Bronx, then we can stop by Queens and see Glitchy Boy, or take him too. Okay, sweet. If I have any attachments, I'd want them gone. Same. But this is the one, I wonder, am I supposed to be doing this? Like the whole hands-on healing, casting out, exorcising, hate that word. Under whose? Bill Johnson's or Pagani's? Bill Johnson, right? Your last... I sat under his anointing. Interesting. Same with me, but mostly what I'm dealing with are implant attachments anymore. Nano and other and that's a fight in the metaphysical, that's for sure. But as far as demonic, I either have something where when I exposed it, now it can't be because I'm aware, something like that. Or in having conquered that one that I was speaking about earlier after a lifetime, that did something to, I learned the lesson so I don't have to experience it anymore type of thing. I don't know. It's hard to explain with words. Oh, okay. Sweet. All right, I'm definitely checking it out then. All right. Well, listen, it's 20 after 1. I have 4 hours of this, but it's been amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Bless. Yeah. Yeah. You guys, gals, I'm not politically correct, so you guys are amazing, and I love you very much. And I'm super, super grateful for your Aries. Yes. Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that. Willing vessel. More than willing. I always pray that. Anyways, God's will, not mine. Just show me, guide me, teach me, protect me, and that's it. Exactly. That's exactly why I would want to take him, get him off of his Leo Lion awakening, higher knowledge. I'm the alchemist. I know everything. And instead of spiritual, now we're going to talk. Instead of spirit and source. Mm-hmm. 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 Bill Johnson. Okay, I'm checking that out. But anyways, I'm getting off here. I have to charge my crystals. I'm definitely going for a power walk in nature. And then I have to go in your community. If I don't write down every detail of my life, Rain Man spits it right out. And I need to download the Zoom app. Sweet. I got a plan, man. Back in 2000 was when I was commissioned. Ooh, you'll have to tell me about that. I want to know more about that. See, commissioned to go into that's kind of how I feel with what I said earlier, my mission, what I am, I guess, commissioned. Even balance, working dark and light. Not working with, I mean, for or against. I mean, working with both sides for the highest and best and greatest good of all involved. That's the best way I can put it. Doing God's work in some very dark places. And having been a sinner, not a saint. I love that Yellow Wolf and Eminem song, Best Friend. As a matter of fact, I'm going to listen to that here in a minute. I rebuked that. Demons are just manifested. I know. And exactly. It irritates them so much. Exactly. And I can't even say for myself anyways that it's been fence sitting. I've been foaming at the mouth to get in and, like, come at me, bro. Like, I want somebody too. Like, I'm ready. For somebody's got nothing to lose, and come on, I'm ready. So, with that being said, I've just been like, how? What? Just show me, please, and I will do whatever. Like, I pray this every day. Every day. Exactly. And many will be. That's the sad. And every day I'm not being like today, I feel like how many souls are lost because I didn't do something. Like, I beat myself up about it. This is my life. Since 2018, this is my life. Never in my wildest dreams or nightmares ever thought anything. Studying scripture and religions and prophecy and codes and all my life to come to find out I'd be living at the end times. I mean, if that doesn't... I don't follow him. But off. Yeah. I don't either. I keep in touch with everyone and I send them my love and pop in every now and then, but those who I feel are on the same kind of path or similar, not same, but similar, and it's spiritual, but not in the new age sense of like love and light and spirit and raise your vibration and glitter and unicorns. Like somebody said it earlier, if you want peace, be prepared for war. And this is a holy war, and people need to start understanding and realizing that enough is enough, and man nor beast nor entity rules. By God's will alone, he can cause something to come into being or cease to being. Wait a minute, let me read this. Look at that. Okay. And he's got hundreds. Okay. Undercover. Uh-huh. Okay. True. Oh, and all I felt like is freaking Jonah. Or Job, especially when I had mystery Morgellons and my skin was literally... and I'm pleading my case. Like... Job and David, like in a cave, porta potty, park bench, city streets, people's couches, backseat of cars, you name it. But like pleading through the Psalms of when, why, God, and I also feel like doubting Thomas at times. But not so much doubt like in God or any doubt in myself that I was worthy or deserving. Hi, Melinda. Well, you joined in this chat. Let's see, 4.5 hours into this live stream. I am just about to sign off. I have some crystal working to do, grid working today, and some solar energy absorbing to do. However, I would strongly urge you to go back and watch this, even in segments if you can, because there were a couple of super powerful sisters from another mister in this live and dropped a lot of knowledge and truth in this chat. So, I know I at least gained a lot of knowledge today, and any day that you learn something new is a good day. Knowledge is power. So I would highly recommend that. Not tooting my own horn, I'm shouting out the viewers here. So, but yeah, and we discussed a lot about current energies, current geopolitical events, current metaphysical goings on, a shout out call to anyone who considers themselves to be a light worker, empath, starseed, spiritual warrior. That, yes! Oh, see? BFI, it's the Holy Spirit, not just spirit. Exactly. Like, I don't know about anyone else, but I was specifically guided to baptize in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Because, let me tell you, there's a lot of spirits. Some of us are well aware. So if you don't differentiate, you never know who's going to answer when you call. Yes. Spirits of destruction. There are spirits of envy, spirits of lust, spirits of ego. And there's the Holy Spirit, which is the Spirit of God. Makes me want to cry. I'm not going to do that because I didn't do that in 4.5 hours talking about all these things, so I'm not going to start now. Oh, you Pisces moon, you. Water signs. My Cap sun is screaming right now. And my Pisces moon is like the annoying sibling that's, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. Oh, poor Cappy. Anyways, I'm always looking good. Melinda, you and me both. But more than answers, I'm always seeking the truth. And, that's what I bring here. Good, bad, ugly, beautiful, and brutal. The truth. What I've learned. What I know to be true based on experience. And then other truth and wisdom that I've gained from combining knowledge and experience, which this is an open forum channel. Anything goes here. This is a no hate, no judgment zone. All topics, nothing is off the table. That's why I had 40 plus years of misery on this earth because things that I needed to talk about were not being talked about in this world. So, anyways, yes. Okay, my dudes, my girls, I'm going to go. It's 1:33. Master number 33. There's another sync for you. And that's Eastern time here in Nipa, where I am, the Poconos of PA. It's starting to get nice and crisp and cool in the morning and the evening. I love this time of year. Don't have that down south. It's hot and hotter and green and greener. And here I like the weather change. Not a fan of snow and ice cold temperatures, but I like the fall. The trees change color, campfires and all that. Okay, so we got the list going here. Community app, page, Zoom app, Bill Johnson. I'm charging my crystals. I'm absorbing solar energy. I'm going out in nature for a walk. You know what I might do? I might actually record when I go walking. Maybe other people could use some nature therapy too. Oh, and where I am in the Poconos of Northeast Pennsylvania, that is right on the Mercury line. Just throwing that out there. Somebody needed to hear that maybe. Mars line is in Texas, go figure. Right where, I don't know, SpaceX is located in Boca Chica. No, they were not. However, I've made peace with my ancestors. You know what Corey Taylor from Slipknot says regarding your comment, we are on the front lines? Yes. He says, we are the angels fear to tread. Yep. Exactly. And who had have ever thought that God's chosen, God's blessed, God's children would be we degenerates from Generation X? If that's not vindication, I don't know what is. Oh, the latchkey kid generation, the misfits, the outcasts, the degenerates. Oh. If your cat moon is saying that, I don't even want to know what your Aries is screaming. Wait, if I tune in, I can probably hear it or feel the fire. I don't want to get too close. Good thing I'm double water so I can put that flame out. Oh yes, Armageddon. I don't know, maybe just people thought, all the different nationalities of races of beings throughout history who left their scripture and journals, essentially texts, behind, and they all somehow prophetically well, I guess you have to have studied them. Good thing I did. Just a confirmation for you, Jed. It's why I was hoping you would catch my last live. I did. Well, I'm actually and I try to, like yours PDs. There's certain people I try to attend regularly. Honestly. Okay, gotta take my notes here. God forbid I don't write something down. Rain Man's like, nope, you're gonna forget that. Nope, that's gone. Okay. All right. Okay, peeps, I'm going before I miss all this beautiful sunshine. And Kitty's about to, like, purr the phone out of my hand here or something.
Does she want to go be nature cat with me? You can come outside with me, Kitty. Oh, I love her. Kitty love. Oh, I love the all black cats who are members of the All Black Cat Club. I can't help it.
Okay. Grids, yes, I'm bringing my stones. Thank you for saying that. Watch it rain. Oh, no, it's not. No rain. Nope. Not on this full moon in Pisces, fall equinox, Neptunian water world, underworld, ethereal, surreal world. I don't even know what it is. Again, my cap sun is screaming. Like, okay, I can, accept my equatorial opposite being a Cancer rising and a cap sun. I get that, north and south. That's cool. I'll be at odds with myself all my life. That's awesome. But really, you're going to throw a Pisces moon in there? Me too. I cleared that ancestral Same. And I'm not even going to say because it's done and I love my ancestors. And the closing sentiment with that was no malice, no hard feelings, no resentment, all love, all respect, and all gratitude. Because if one thing had been different or one person had not been or done what they did or who they were, I would not be here as myself and who I am, raised by who I was raised by, and so on and so forth. So without the good, the bad, the ugly, the brutal, and the beautiful, Jen wouldn't be half the hybrid she is today. Okay. And I'm going to send you guys off with, this is a stone I found, I believe, in 2019, but I can't be for certain, in the stream here in northeast Pennsylvania. And it is a heart-shaped stone with quartz crystal. So, sending love, always, 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 and gratitude, protection, and healing, clarity, wisdom, truth, discernment, ability, and magical power. 143, code 143. Peace.